Jazz Friday. Why is that glowy? God. Lord. Lord, I've seen what you have done for others. Please help me fix this. Okay, see? So if I do it like that. TT, what's going on? Are you being emo? You being emo? So hot out today, and yet we still did big walks. We did big walks. You got shit all over your ass. He got the explosive diarrhea. He must have eaten a Crunchwrap Supreme, cheesy gordita wrap, something like that. Sailor, Min-May, thank you for the prime. Mars, thank you for the 14 months. Hoga, thank you for the gifted. Josh, thank you for the 11 months. Vate, thank you for the 12. Old Thrill House, thank you for the 9. Hunter Roth, thank you for the 45. Concuss, thank you for the 45. Momo, thank you for the 18. Emerson, Emerson, thank you for the 24. JD's, thank you for the 11. Wonder Gal, thank you for the 35. Hey, everybody. Hopper Friday. Welcome in to Jazz Friday. Every Friday. You know how it is. Come here. Hey, let's do the usual. You jump in my lap. You jump in my lap and then you're like, why did I do this? Why is there a chair in the doorway? That does look very ominous.
I know, darling, that you do.
I must have done that. I don't know. I will say last night, so I'm home alone. Which, speaking of Home Alone 2, R.I.P. Brenda Fricker. We will be talking about our Irish queen. So, R.I.P. Brenda Fricker, first Irish actress to win an Oscar. Anyway, I'm home alone. And usually I'm fine. I don't get freaked out or anything. But last night, when I lay down to go to sleep, of course, the second I turn off the lights and I'm like, okay, it's sleepy time, Farley gets up and starts growling at the front, at my bedroom door, my closed bedroom door. I'm like, nope. And he just keeps like, and I'm like, hello. What's going on? And he was doing the thing where he goes, Mama, someone's out there. I was like, it better not be. And then I started thinking, did I lock the front door? I'm like, I remember I locked the side door. Fuck. Did I lock the front door? I can't remember. And he just kept growling. I was like, fuck. So then I grabbed my baseball bat. I was like, okay. Put my baseball bat Mother protecting. But there was no one in the house. And I checked the door. And it was locked. So thanks, Far. And then I had to go get my pap smear at 9 a.m. So I slept for 3 hours. And then went and got my hoo-ha prodded. But everything is good except for needing to go get, I guess I'm high risk for breast cancer. So I have to go get imaging. And then my doctor was like, oh yeah, by the way, your insurance will probably try to not pay for your MRI because you're not 40, but you're high risk. So you need to be getting a full scan now. And I was like, oh, okay, you know what? I'm going to deal with that another day. That is yep, call insurance and fight with them. That's going to be Monday. Don't you love America? It's awesome. And then my doctor was like, yeah, did you know that insurance will always cover Viagra for men though? I was like, of course. Insurance will cover Viagra and Rogaine, but they won't cover preventative, say, breast exams for women who are high risk because they have a history in their family of breast cancer. So I was like, okay, so I'm that person because my dad's mom almost died of breast cancer at a double mastectomy. So I have to go get full imaging. But essentially insurance could be like, yeah, we're not going to cover the mammogram or the MRI. So you'll just have to pay thousands of dollars or you just don't get it. And then, well, wait till you turn 40 and then maybe we'll cover it. Yeah, see, in America, preventative healthcare is not considered as healthcare. In America, when you try and prevent something from happening, your health insurance company goes, we don't cover that, which is awesome. It is great. MCG, thank you for the 10 gifties. Thank you so much. Tina, thank you for the 5 months. Little Squiddles, thank you for the 5 months. Ron, thank you for the gifted. Boops, thank you for the 4. Ron, thank you for the bits. Sita, thank you for the 9 months. It's so evil. I know. You know, I'm just saying that is why when Luigi Mangione allegedly murdered Brian Thompson, there were a lot of people across the political spectrum who went, yeah, I get it. And then shared their stories of dealing with the evil healthcare insurance industry. That's speculation. Look, I wasn't there. I don't know nothing. And then they don't cover illness that could have been prevented because why didn't you prevent the thing they didn't pay to prevent? Yeah. They're like, that's so funny. You got sick. Something happened to you. Could have prevented it. But we see that you didn't. Yeah, we wouldn't have covered it. But you still didn't do anything about it. So what do you want us to do now? You want us to cover? You want us to cover now? Oh, no. No, see, that's not how it works here. Yeah. See, the way that it works is that we just take all of your money. So just die. Except we're going to make sure your debt still gets paid for. So, what you gonna do about it? Well. Yeah, both my grandmas and 2 of my aunts got double mastectomies and died later on from breast cancer. I'm 30 and I have the good insurance and it's still a fight to get the preventative tests. Yes. So just an FYI, this is the body segment. Friday, we're back on body segment. If you have even one family member who has had, say, breast cancer, cervical cancer, colon, rectal, that is going to increase your risk, obviously, but that means that you need to start doing preventative care. So you have to get tested, you have to get imaging, etc., before the average person does, because you are at a higher risk of getting one of those cancers, you know? Jaina Splinters, thank you for the raid, darling. Miss Splinter's raid. Welcome in, y'all. We are currently on the body segment where I was talking about how I went and got my pap smeared today, then found out I'm high risk for breast cancer, and so I have to go get full imaging, and then found out my insurance will probably try to not cover it. You know, it's funny because we just had that, I just told that story of when I called American Home Warranty for a month and a half straight. Every single day I would wake up. But at least you can get Viagra, you know? We got to count the wins. We do. Sometimes it's funny to me to like freak Will out a little bit. Not freak him out, but he's not been having a great time, I'll just say, in Michigan. And I thought I sent him a picture that was funny, and it was me with my legs in with my feet in the stirrups. Right? It's just like it's a funny thing because your legs are just whoo. And he was like, "Oh my God, what's happening?" I said, "It's just my annual pap smear." You know, getting a pap smear. Everything is on fucking fire. He's like, is the baby coming? Yeah, it's coming right now. Also, Maya not knowing if she should get birth control or not being a woman seems so fun. Yes. So speaking of, I've been a little depressed today. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Today was one of these days I had where I just went, after I got back from my appointment, and I've just had women yelling at me because of something that I tweeted yesterday. And it always, like, I'm going to keep it a buck. I am so used to men saying vile things to me. Whatever. Okay. Men on the internet, fork found in kitchen. When it's women who say things, I'm like, girls, please, we are never getting out of hell. We are never getting out of hell. It's like Fiona Apple said, there's no hope for women, although she did later say there is hope for women because women are the hope. But when she was 20 in a really dark place and she was doing a photo shoot and they were like, be sexy. And she goes, there's no hope for women. Yeah, I was very frustrated. So I'd like to talk about this topic. Per usual, when something like this happens, I go, oh, this is a good conversation to have on stream. And I was telling my mom about this because I had to call her and get more. I'm like, hey, who else in our family has had cancer? And exactly, you know, just all the deets on that. Sorry, are they mad at you for defending that not every woman's body just bounces back? Yes, they are. And they're calling me an insecure, like, bitch, weirdo that I'm projecting. I'm like, okay. The very fact you are attributing a jealousy complex to me is evidence of exactly what I'm talking about. There are so many industries that make billions and billions of dollars off of driving women's insecurities, off of making mothers feel like they're not good enough. And that all falls under a patriarchal system that puts these expectations on women, who become mothers that are fucking absurd and impossible. And I am so heartbroken hearing friends of mine who have had babies break down in tears because their bodies in like the first 6 months, mind you, first 6 months postpartum, they don't look like they did before they had a baby. And I'm like, you have to give yourself, you know, you birthed a human child. That is unbelievable. And you need to care for your mental and your physical health. Like, it's not the prioritization being on how women look, which a lot of times these changes happen internally, right? Like skeletal changes, women's feet change sizes, their teeth can fall. Like, I'm not trying to do, you know, horror stuff right now, but I just don't understand how this is another thing. Like when we were talking about Renee Rapp yesterday and how weirdos are still trying to say, oh, as a lesbian, you are saying a straight man is hot. You're clearly not gay. Like you're faking it. How are we still on this? How are we still on this idea that women's bodies are one, monolithic, two, not being that we're not all being fed a bunch of fucking bullshit, that we're not all buying into these myths and then perpetuating these really harmful standards? How do we not get this? Anyway, I jumped the gun a bit, but this is what I was responding to. And I just want to be clear. This was not me. So sometimes on the internet, like this is how I work on the internet. A lot of times I just go, I'm not getting involved in this. But sometimes it's somebody's like something specifically they said that I am going to come at them for. And then other times there is something that is it's reinforcing something problematic. And so I go, hey, like this is truly no disrespect to this person. This is not me coming for their fucking neck. This is me wanting to make a point about why this is a harmful standard that's being reinforced. So that was the case here. This person who said, dude, this is not even me trying to flex. I just genuinely don't understand how women's bodies do this. Okay, so it's a photo during pregnancy and then a photo after pregnancy, like, you know, looks very in shape, whatever. So it's okay. It's okay if you want to post a picture of yourself because you feel proud about yourself. I have no problem with that. All right, let me be clear. All right, let me be clear. You want to post a pic of yourself? Go for it. The other thing too, this person, I will guarantee you, put a lot of work into their body post-pregnancy because that's the truth of it. Women are expected to look like they've had there's no evidence of a child, while also like not telling how much they've done, that it's just supposed to happen. Like, oop, bounce back. Oop, snatched again. Oop, look at that. Yeah, breastfeeding gave me my 6-pack back and lifted my breasts. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And the problem is that these insane expectations are put on mothers or put on women who have had children to get their bodies back and get them back fast, but also to do so in a natural way. And yet there's entire industries that make a lot of money off of targeting pregnant women and women who've just had birth. So the mommy makeover, for instance, there is an entire plastic surgery procedure like list that is colloquially called the mommy makeover. Whereas it's like you get dad bods, okay? Dad bods, everyone's like, woohoo, dad bod, which was, you know, the action bod of the 80s. And then there's been a kind of push to bring back the dad bod because everybody has 0% body fat now and they all look like Marvel superstars, like superheroes. But it's like we praise the dad bod, an average male body, right? The dad bod. And yet there's no allowance for a mom bod. No. It's the mommy makeover. You get tucked, you get lifted, you get just an entire, like it's waving a magic wand so that you return to your formerly hot self. And maybe even better this time. Maybe you look even better than before you had children. Okay. So I don't know who this person is. I don't know what they did. But I wrote this. I said, genuinely no disrespect to OP. And I hate that people have this assumption when they read anything online that somebody is being snarky, right? They read it in a snarky tone. So they are often snarky back. They're like, oh, you're being a snarky bitch. I'm going to be a snarky bitch back to you. I'm like, I'm truly not. I'm truly not. Let me tell you, when I was typing this out in my head, it was genuinely no disrespect to OP, but plenty of women's bodies don't do this, and it perpetuates harmful myths around postpartum and bounce back culture, aka women expecting to not look like they ever gave birth in the first place. Also, there are changes that can be permanent and not all of them visible. Yeah, so that obviously didn't go over well with some people. And I can't believe that this conversation needs to be had, but I kind of feel that way about a lot of things. And here's the here's the thing of it, okay? Whether this person intended it or not, I'm not trying to read into their intentions. Whether they intended it or not, the language is reinforcing this standard that is harmful. It is harmful, and it is anything but the average experience. And that is a result of us all internalizing these things, right? Internalizing this idea that women's bodies just bounce back, or that they should bounce back. And that's just not the case. There's a reason why experts refer to postpartum as a second puberty. There's a term for it. It's called matrescence. So like adolescence, but matrescence. And it is the profound changes that a person undergoes when they give birth, from the psychological, the physiological, the physical, the emotional, the mental, everything. I think this is also very important myth to dispel because of the high prevalence of postpartum, which is something that still there is such a lack of understanding over. Do you know how common postpartum is? There's also a spectrum of postpartum. Not everybody experiencing postpartum experiences, say, psychosis, but there are those who experience on the more extreme end of postpartum. And those are, say, the women who snap and may drown their child or leave their child in the car because they the child is crying and something shatters in their brain and they literally black out. And then they go about their day and forget that they left their kid in the car. Those are on the more extreme ends, but postpartum is so common because of how much your body undergoes significant, profound changes. And it's not all bad, okay? It's not that all the changes are bad. And it's not that all changes are permanent, but sometimes they are. And they're just these narrow standards and expectations are so distressing. There are a lot of women in postpartum, which is the most vulnerable experience you will have, who are so preoccupied on the way that they look and needing to look better rather than on how they feel mentally and physically. As far as the physical, being able to regain your strength after going through something that is very hard on the body. And then mentally, just so much that you contend with. And it's no, forget about all that. No, that doesn't matter. And no, we're not going to support you. Nope. Sorry. No support, both just on a societal level, on a governmental, nothing, absolutely nothing. And instead, you need to look hot, okay? If you look like you had a baby, bad. That is bad. It doesn't help that there are a lot of mothers who are not properly supported, whether that be interpersonally or financially or professionally. Yes. And I have spent a lot of time recently on subreddits, one of which is new moms or pregnant, expecting, stuff like that. And the amount of posts, not because I'm pregnant, but because this is something I've wanted to talk about on stream. And so I just kind of found myself getting really deep in these subreddits because there's commonalities, right? There are through lines. And one thing that I saw over and over again were posts that would say like, has anyone else experienced this? They never told me that this would happen. No one ever told me. I didn't know. I feel like alone. Is this normal? And it's this like real feeling of isolation, a feeling of being so overwhelmed, being not supported, not knowing what to expect, because our society in its conservatism, in its goals for women to give birth to children, to be wives and mothers, they have the incentive to be like, yeah, what? Like it's hard. Just have a baby, have 10 babies. It's easy. There's like, this is low-key reactionary coded. It's low-key reactionary coded, whether this person means it or not, to be like, it's so crazy that women's bodies just do this. You have a baby and then you just like are hot again. You have like your stomach extends 10 inches and then whoo, you have abs. Like I'm even skinnier than I was before. It is low-key, not even low-key. It's reactionary coded. So unrealistic, and also pushing this notion that pregnancy, childbirth, and being a mother in our society is chill. It's easy. No big deal. It's great. It's beautiful. It's a miracle, the gift of life. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. And people are not being properly, they're not properly prepared. They're not properly educated, informed. They are not financially supported. They're not emotionally supported. There is just an insane lack of support. And one of the other things in these subreddits, one of the other things that I noticed, because of course, is a through line of feeling financially stressed out and emotionally unsupported. Just a lack of infrastructure. Total feeling of being overwhelmed. And overwhelmed because now you have a child and now you're expected to raise that child perfectly. And now, life is very expensive already, and worrying about how you're going to financially make this possible. And then having to, like, for a lot of women, the expectation to make dinner for their husband, and maybe they have other kids, or just the domestic labor, the unpaid domestic labor that they are expected to, expected as their output. And then feeling like they also are experiencing so many emotional and mental issues that they've internalized the shame of. Straight up, women learning about postpartum depression through these subreddits. That is so heartbreaking. It is so heartbreaking to read other women who have had babies explain to women in these posts what postpartum depression is, and be like, it's very normal. Here's what I suggest. It's beyond. I told you today I've had a depressing day. It's just all around. And then having women call me strange and weird and jealous, and that I'm projecting. And I'm like, no. How can you not understand that we are never changing these deeply entrenched issues in our society if we're looking at people like me and going, you're just a jealous bitch. The very fact that a jealousy complex is a reality because it is manufactured under a patriarchal capitalist system. That there are so many industries that market diet plans to new mothers, that market plastic surgery to women who have had children, specifically so much marketing around how women can get their bodies back. The way that the media emphasizes celebrity women who, look at her, she had a baby 5 minutes ago and she's got her six pack still. And when a woman has not lost the weight in 5 seconds, she's an exception, right? She's more of an anomaly, because what's normal is to lose your baby weight in the minute after you've had the baby. And so it's the way that the media also influences people's understanding of all things in life. So when the media puts so much emphasis on celebrity women, wow, she doesn't even look like she's had a baby, she bounced back faster than ever. When that is the rhetoric, when that is the emphasis, then what the message is that is what all women are expected to be like. And most women, first of all, don't have the resources that celebrity women have, because they're celebrities, they're rich, they're famous. Someone like Kylie Jenner has an entire team, probably just to handle one child, let alone the other one. I don't know how many she has, but you know what I'm saying. It's why Cardi's saying put me in a faja right after giving birth was harmful. And the thing is that we all internalize this stuff. And my point always is that we have to work at uninternalizing this, at deconditioning ourselves. And it doesn't mean that like overnight we're going to go, oh, hold on, I am no longer participating in this, because this is every single day we are inundated with this stuff telling us that we are not good enough in whatever many, many ways. And it is to sell us stuff. It is to create power dynamics. It is to continue in perpetuity these unbelievably impossible standards, say for women who become mothers, become pregnant, even pregnant women, the like, oh no, I'm showing I'm so big. And then the praise given to women who barely show. I'm like, holy fucking shit. That person is growing a human child inside of them. And we are emphasizing how big or how small they look. What the fuck? We all got to deconstruct. We do. And look, we live in society. We participate in things to varying degrees. But what's important is like we start to understand all these standards and how they are, like the mechanisms of reinforcing them, you know? And it's just, I think every time women, accuse me of being jealous, accuse me of being insecure, or, that I'm projecting, it's like, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing that I am trying to call out. The fact that women are pitted against women from the moment that we are girls, that pregnant women compare themselves to other pregnant women, that mothers are never good enough, that they are never good enough, that you are expected to be perfect, but that perfection is unattainable, that society loves to condemn the bad mothers. We love to hate women, but we especially love to hate women who have children. They don't even know you haven't given birth. It doesn't matter though, It's like, oh, the assumption of this woman is saying something about this woman who looks great after having a baby. She's clearly, you know what it also is? It's fat phobia. Like our culture is so goddamn fat phobic. They're like, it's the assumption that, oh, because she's skinny, right? She's ripped and abs. You must be fat. You must be at least fatter than her. So clearly you're jealous. It's the same. I mean, honestly, what actual fat activists, right? Like influencers have to deal with whenever they are making these cultural points. It is so grotesque. Like, don't ever go in the comments section. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, it is some of the most vitriolic abuse. Just of men, women, accusing accusing them of being jealous. And that's why, like, they want to make everyone fat, yada, yada, yada. In society, you can be forgiven for any atrocity except for being fat. Yeah. It's also assuming that her body is the goal. Exactly. It's assuming that her body is the goal and that I am a jealous, insecure loser who saw this woman post a photo of herself and be proud about it. And it's like, okay, if she had posted this photo of herself and was like, I'm feeling really proud of myself, great. It's the language she used. Dude, this is not even me trying to flex. I just genuinely don't understand how women's bodies do this. They don't. They don't. Even for women who say her look like this after having a child, this might be years later and a lot of work. It is a lot of work from dieting, working out, plastic surgery. I'm not attributing any of these necessarily to her. I don't know her, but that is the truth of it. And I have had a lot of girlfriends who have had babies, multiple babies at this point. And I'm telling you over and over again, I have heard them break down, which is normal, right? Like, okay, you've had a baby, you get a breakdown, but it's specific what they're breaking down over. And then how many of them had already planned their mommy makeovers, even when they were having babies in their 20s, right? Having babies in their 20s and they're like, well, I need to look snatched again. I need to look ready for Vegas, like type shit. And like even my friends who are genetically thin, like thin bodied, after they had a baby, were just furiously trying to get back to where they were before they had a baby. And there are changes that are permanent. There are permanent changes. Not all of them are visible. And I just want us to understand that this is the reality. And there is so much about postpartum that we are lacking in education, lacking in funding, lacking in support, lacking in all aspects. And yet we demand that women have babies. We demand that they become mothers because being a mother is the most cherished thing, except we don't cherish them because we don't support them. You know, it's amazing how our society emphasizes the mother as the as the greatest being, and yet we treat mothers like fucking trash. Yeah, my sisters both are having a hard time getting their body back from Pudge purgatory. And I am not I will never say like, no, don't have children. I am concerned with childbirth, having pregnancy being a choice, like truly a choice. And for a lot of women, it's not. Like, it's not actually an informed choice. And ultimately, the goal should be that people who have children fully choose to do so, that they are thoroughly supported in that. And we don't have either of those things. Let's be real, healthcare for women still massively sucks. Yes, this conversation started off with me saying I'm high risk for breast cancer. I have to go get full imaging. And my doctor said, just be prepared. Your insurance is probably going to try to not cover your MRI and your mammogram, which will cost thousands of dollars because a lot of other patients who are in the same boat as you, where they have to get imaging earlier than 40, which is when they say, like, if you're not high risk, then that's when you can get imaging. They're like, be prepared for insurance to not cover that because you're 33 and they don't care that you're high risk. And so they're like, die. What do you want us to do? What do you expect? What do you expect from us? As a man, I see it in the workplace. Men are always asking women to have kids, but when they do, they start to complain that women should not have maternity leave because it's not fair for men, or that women who worry because of the reality of losing out on a promotion, or getting passed over for something, or getting fired, or whatever reasons that they will hide pregnancies. They will take as fast of maternity leaves as they can. But then the other thing too is like the lack of paternity leave. Like there should be universal leave. There should be universal childcare. I fully believe in both mothers and fathers receiving parental leave. Like if you are a parent, you should have paid leave, and we should have universal fucking childcare. You want your society to have children in the richest country in the world? Fucking pay for it. Support the people who you are demanding have children. Fucking pay for it. My God. Yes, or people who still have to pay thousands of dollars for the actual birth itself. Ooh. Oh, now I'm pissed. Oh, now I am pissed. Okay, I wanted to. Oh, shit. Did I put all my stupid. I think I did. Hold on a second. I think I put all my videos I wanted to watch today in a different playlist, and I don't know what one that is. Let me find. Did I put it all in the Brenda Fricker playlist? Maybe I did. Sorry, Brenda Fricker playlist. You are having videos that have nothing to do with Brenda Fricker. Cabbage Spilla, thank you for the tier 1. Pepe, thank you for the 47 months. M Palace, thank you for the 12. Millennial Engineer, thank you for the tier 1. Euphoric Acoustic, thank you for the 27 months. Tana, thank you for the 5. Lil Squiddles, thank you for the 5 months. I was so freaking mad when I heard about Brenda. Oh, man. In the last week, we have lost Bonnie Tyler. Total eclipse of the heart, and I need you now tonight. We have lost Sam Neill. And we have lost Brenda Fricker, who we will talk about later, but not right now. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Mando Ewok, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Even when Lindsey Graham dies, he still manages. I know. Like, this is what I mean by it's unbalanced, y'all. It's unbalanced. And maybe that's a reminder that there are more good people in the world. Maybe that's the reminder that we need. The reason that it seems that more people die who are not evil than those dying who are evil is a reminder. It's because there's more good people in this world, more people who have added value than not. But also because evil never dies. I'm going to become evil and balance the scales. Josh, no. Please, we can't handle that. It'll be too much. The world will end. I am going to make an environment that is so evil. Please. Please, no. All right. Let's watch this video. Why women are choosing to be child-free. And the thing is that this is not just like pressures that new mothers internalize. It's actually dangerous to their health. Because again, after like postpartum, it is such a vulnerable time. And in not prioritizing actual getting like returning your strength, returning, taking care of your mental, because also that is not supported, right? It's for a lot of women, they don't have access to the support they need. But In addition to that, it is the emphasis on aesthetics. It is the emphasis on, say, losing fat, on getting your bod snatched again, on bouncing back, bounce back. And this is where we as individuals have a responsibility. So we, without realizing it, reinforce these standards every day. When we tell someone who just had a baby, oh my God, you bounced back so quickly. Oh my God, doesn't even look like you were ever pregnant. That is reinforcing those harmful standards. So this is where like being aware and being aware of the language we use is important. I have a friend who's scared of pregnancy. Yes, because that's a reality too. People who are scared of becoming pregnant and having babies because they're so terrified of what will happen to their bodies. And they're so terrified that they will irreparably change and that it's all going to be bad. And so they are terrified to have children, where, let me just say, it is reasonable to have concerns. I'm not saying that you should not go into it and not, make sure that you are as informed as you can be. But there's a difference between being informed, having reasonable concerns, and then internalizing these fears over your body changing so significantly that you will like be it's like some moral failure. This also has led to skyrocketing C-section rates even when not indicated or necessary. Yes. And then women who, oh God, I mean, that's a whole other kind of subgenre here. Women whose husbands end up like cheating on them or leaving them because they don't want to have sex. And it's like, she just had a fucking baby. Pushing them to get, I can't remember the exact term, but when they sew up when they sew your vagina. The husband stitch. The fact that we have procedures that we have these fuck ass names for procedures, husband stitch. I don't know if y'all saw this new thing, alpine divorce, where it's men who leave their girlfriends, partners, wives on hiking trails or doing an outdoor activity and they leave them. There's now a term called alpine divorce. I'm like, oh, we got a term for that. Oh, we got a little colloquial saying. Oh, you mean a woman who actually died because her boyfriend did that and he had done that to another girl he had dated? He had a history of it and he did that to his girlfriend and she fucking died. Okay, that's a whole other thing. Let me stay focused. This is Khadijah's video, why more women are choosing to be child free. And now let me go into this saying, I am not pressuring anybody to have children or not have children. You know my position. It's all about providing the support systems. It's all about making it easier for people if they choose to have children. It's about people who choose to have children actually consenting to it, actually making that choice and not doing it because for whatever reasons they feel that they have to.
Earlier this year, the CDC reported that there was a declining birth rate in the United States, in Canada as well.
So conservatives are freaking out too, because for the first time in I don't even know how long, women over 40 are having, it's like a higher pregnancy rate with women over 40 than teenage girls. And conservatives are like, oh, we got to put a stop to that. We need teens getting knocked up again. That's not good. We can't be having Anne Hathaways. We can't be having women over 40 having higher birth rates than teenage girls. No, no, no.
There was also a report that the birth rate had been declining. These reports always talk about how birth rates kind of climb and go down, and kind of go up and down.
Thank you for the 17 months. I'm one of these women, got my tubes out in 2023. It was the greatest decision I ever made. Felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders that I didn't even realize was there as a literal tangible freedom. It should be always about the freedom to choose. That is my position. I believe that we should all be free to choose what we desire with our bodies, with our lives. Chemical Pie, thank you for the tier 1.
But it's been steadily declining for the last few decades. I am choosing to get pregnant.
Congratulations.
And it's not just Canada and the U.S. Lots of wealthy countries are reporting that their fertility rates are just taking a nosedive. And the girlies are...
In honor of the birth rate declining, I would like to share 10 reasons why you should not have kids.
Girl, fuck them kids and fuck you too.
They're super upset about it. We're devastated that we can't bring a child into this tumultuous, turmoil-filled hellhole, literally rotting from the inside out. We're so sad about it. Anyway, for those of you that don't know what the clip was that I used at the very beginning, that's a scene from Insecure, Issa Rae's show, where she finds out that her ex that she cheated on, girl, we can't even talk about Issa's character in that show, but anyway, her ex that she cheated on got some other girl pregnant, and she was meeting the baby. She didn't actually obviously throw the baby in the garbage. It was a dream sequence. But when I first saw that scene, I was like, we're allowed to depict this? We're allowed to just throw babies in the garbage now? This what? I was a bit shocked, and I thought it was hilarious though. So between that clip, hearing about this declining birth rate and tons of girls online talking about it, and notice
I kind of have this theory that they rolled back Roe vs. Wade as a method to give women and girls to have babies against their will to handle low birth. That's not a theory. That's exactly why they did it. It's about power and control. It's about controlling women's bodies. It's about denying women bodily autonomy, like denying trans people bodily autonomy. It's about controlling our bodies, thereby controlling our lives, our choices. Yeah, no, that's just the fact. Yeah. And it's why there's been this kind of movement, I will say, a lot of TikToks of women going, oh, you overturned Roe versus Wade. You're removing the ability to choose what we do with our bodies. Great. Not having kids. Go fuck yourself. Oh, you're pushing us into having children. Not going to do it. Go fuck yourself. It is this outright rejection, not just related to the overturning of Roe versus Wade, but in general, the rise of fascism, the denial of liberties and autonomy.
At least for myself, that in a lot of horror movies that I watch lately, it's fuck them kids for real. Like, it used to be kind of sacred in a way to depict a child being harmed on television or in cinema. As we push the envelope more and more, people are like, who fucking cares? And the kids can get it too, even if they're not actually obviously putting children in harm on set. But girl, all of this got me thinking, wow, we really said fuck them kids. And I want to unpack some of the reasons why some of us are saying fuck them kids. Mainly the reasons why I'm saying fuck them kids, and maybe those might resonate with y'all. Okay, let's get into it.
Boys, we're giving away toys again. And by we, I mean me and Balessa. We're setting up.
Also, can we talk about the old crusty dudes in the news who are talking about the world ending because the pregnancy rates of 15 to 18-year-olds has dropped? Yeah. I love when old crusty men are devastated, expressing their devastation that teenage girls are not having babies. Love it. Also, just to kind of sidebar here, don't know if y'all saw this. Yeah, I know exactly. It's Jesse Waters. I know he is truly a human shit stain, but this still pulled me up short, and I went, oh, that is truly Fox News is just pro rape.
You lose your endurance, muscle mass. So yeah, I want these guys on it. But you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it to triple boost.
Right.
And then they're going to get out there. And women on base, you guys better be careful. Port calls, women in Asia, you better.
So yeah, he's saying women, you're going to be raped. Watch out. Ha 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 ha. If you don't know the context to this, Pete Hegseth, you know, that rapist Nazi, he wants more macho military. So they are going to start testing military members' testosterone levels. And if they are not high enough, then they're going to give them hormone therapy, which is so funny. So funny because these same motherfuckers are trying to deny trans people the ability to have hormone therapy, gender affirming care. Isn't that so crazy? It's like, oh, gender affirming care for me, but not for thee. It's so fucked. So fucked. And they are going to be promoting they're promoting and expanding public access to testosterone replacement therapies. They are paying for it too. Oh my God. Oh, Wakey Wilder, thank you for the raid. I'm just having a laugh. I'm having a laugh over the U.S. military that is now going to be testing testosterone levels of service members. And if they are below where they should be as macho men, then they are going to be giving them hormone therapy. They're going to be giving them testosterone. Yeah. And then here's Jesse Waters talking about
muscle mass. So yeah, I want these guys on it. But you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it to triple boost.
Right.
And then they're going to get out there. And women on base, you guys better be careful. Port calls, women in Asia, you better be careful. Because these guys are going to be wild animals, and you better watch out.
Okay.
Low two. You should have held his hand.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would have.
The pause after that, as they're all like, okay, we still need to laugh. Because that's what we do here on Fox News. We love rape here on Fox News. And then him just smiling like,
Okay.
Low two. You should have held his hand.
he's like, isn't that hilarious? Mass rape. It's awesome. The fact too that he specifically mentions Asian women. Yeah. Because I don't know, maybe of the history of service members of the military raping women in Asia, places that they colonized, that they were, that they were bombing, that they were doing very violent things to, which includes the rape of women and girls. Yeah. Yeah, so the fact that he specifically mentioned, watch out, Asia, women in Asia, watch out. Ha 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 ha. You know our history there. You think history is done? You think history is the past? You think history is the past? Please. These men are going to be so hopped up on tea. They are going to be raping like American military men have never raped before. Comfort women. Yes. The history of comfort women in, say, Japan. I mean, it is. it is linked to, obviously, a topic I talk about a lot, which is the fetishization, the orientalizing, the exoticizing of Asian women, attributing hypersexual, but also, innocent lotus flower type qualities to Asian women. Yeah. I want to see him in the ring with 20 angry women. Yeah, I'll be one of them. I'll be one of them. So that's what's happening over on Fox News. In case you were wondering. Yeah, just advocating for mass rape and laughing about it. In America, on the biggest cable news network show, they laugh about American service members, male American service members taking a bunch of testosterone because the Nazi rapist Secretary of War now says everyone needs to have super high T in order to be macho. And so that's what's going to be happening. And then they are going to rape women. That's America. Making America rape again. Not that America ever stopped, please. America is the biggest rapist on this planet. Yeah, here's the Pete Hegseth
You are
announcement.
pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop.
Yeah, obviously, this is not surprising, but Pete Hegseth, as you remember, is the one who implemented the ban on transgender individuals serving, and for current transgender service members, stopping their transition-related medical care, denying them gender-affirming care, and just overall, the policies that this administration has enacted, has pushed, has promoted, and to then hear Pete Hegseth be like, yeah, we want to make sure that these military dudes, that they get the hormones that they need.
Under the supervision of our world-class
Someone called him
medical
Keg's
professionals.
breath. Oh yeah, don't forget, he's a fucking drunk.
Warfighters age 30 and older
No scurvy,
are
think
going
of
to be
7
tested
months.
annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation. Taking care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable. Not just...
Can we please not do the thing where we make fun of right-wing freaks by saying how they're just trans people? They're just like trans people and calling everything gender-affirming care in a mocking way. What do we do to be compared? No, you misunderstand. No. There is not the comparison of trans people to rapist Nazi drunks like Pete Hegseth. The point is that whether it is plastic surgery, whether it is hormone replacement, that it is perfectly acceptable and also encouraged for cisgender people. It is gender affirming care. And it's important to point out that this is gender affirming care because it only gets considered that when it is trans individuals. Gender affirming care is gender affirming care. That's the irony here. Like, that's what's so absurd. So why is it when trans individuals, when trans folks are seeking gender affirming care, that is being outlawed, that is being denied. They are being denied the right to affirm their gender, and yet cis people do it all the fucking time. It is encouraged. It is acceptable. It is normalized. The plastic surgery industry has exploded. It's like 75% or something like that. Higher rates of plastic surgery, and that people are getting younger and younger, whether it's boob jobs, whether it's like men, whatever. Like, why is that okay and allowed for cis people, but not for trans people? And I'm trying to be sensitive here, and I just really hope that you or whoever else understands that pointing out all of these instances of gender affirming care for cis people, even when it is not called that, is a way to like remove also the stigma when trans people seek gender affirming care. They're also trying to forcibly detransition incarcerated trans people, which is super dangerous, especially for those who had surgery to remove ovaries or testicles and can't produce hormones on their own. It's the hypocrisy, right? It's the hypocrisy, and it's healthcare. That's the other thing. Gender affirming care is healthcare. And yet it is not considered that way. It is deeply, deeply hypocritical and to the exclusion of the trans community.
For your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform. As we know, the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting. It requires and demands maximum psychological and
God. They just love they love this image of these big macho men in the military kicking ass and taking names. Just total LARPers, total fucking LARPers. Doctors give testosterone when there is a noticeable changes your body's unable to produce. This is going to produce problems long term, giving it to men who don't even have problems with producing. Yeah. They put me in the low T battalion at Marsh. They were crying about giving transgender operations to prisoners, but that's literally what, like, again, the point that I made earlier, I'm not. So trans people in the military who are being denied care, healthcare, being denied hormone treatments, like the absurdity, the absurdity of that being a reality. And then for cis military members, cis men in the military being like, Take this testosterone. Here you go. We're promoting this. We're gonna give this to you. We're paying for it, which is so stupid too. That's true. I've seen leftists use how I use gender affirming care embarrassing as an insult, similar to how it makes me uncomfortable when people make fun of right wingers. For being fat or being gay, it just ends up with people catching strays. No, I understand. And trust. The only reason I want to make that distinction is because I do think it's important to talk about how normalized gender affirming care is for cis people and the hypocrisy and the absurdity of denying trans people the right to affirm their gender. And I do get that online leftists can be very, very insensitive and unfortunately, in kind of trying to use internet humor or make jokes about things can actually end up hurting people who don't deserve it. No, I get that. Like, I'm very against mocking people for being fat because of the fact that that reinforces the standards in society that fat is bad. So for people who are evil people, there are many things to get them on, many things to point out about who, you know, about how evil they are without having to resort to that. And I know that that gets called woke one shit, but that's the truth, is that it's lazy. You know, it is lazy to just resort to those kinds of insults. And when it's pointed out, I know that people don't like to feel as if they are being called out. So then they'll just double down and say, you're being way too woke. It's like, well, okay, well, just realize that when you make those insults, like actual insults, that is hurting people who are not evil. I mean, it's the same thing that I've tried to make the point on, that we need to stop saying, like, this is how you age when you're not problematic. I know it's another internet thing that people don't want to stop doing, but we do need to stop doing that because of what it reinforces. Okay, anyway, back to
Free
this
toys
video.
or gift cards for toys for anyone who signs up for the giveaway, which will be linked in the description. Bless is a women-owned company that's all about wellness, and they
Last thing I'll say, if you want to get better at comedy, go watch Comedic Geniuses. Go watch actual comedic legends whose comedy was never like, ha ha, fat, ha ha, ugly. You know, I promise you, there's a way to be funny. There's a way to be pithy, to be smart in your humor, and not resort to really kind of basic bullshit that you would hear on the playground.
really want to empower everyone to embrace and explore this. They also have an LGBTQIA
Just came from
section
YouTube. Congrats on the
that you
baby.
can click through.
Thank you.
Pride's not over yet. It's never over. My current favorite toys, the thump. This one does it all.
Thank
and
you
as the
so
name says,
much.
thumps, it uses Balessa's improved pleasure jet
The most
technology,
devastating roasts
and
are
it
also
fits
ones
in
that
a
have
very
to do with your
cute and
personality.
discreet charging
Yeah.
case. The Air Max Pro, which is the newest edition. There's no vibrations, no distractions, refined airwave technology. And as Balessa always knows how to do, it's ergonomically sculpted.
Sorry, she's
So
doing
you
her
can have
ad right
control
now.
from any angle.
Or
And
they're
of
doing
course,
their
you have
ad.
the Air Vibe Pro. They
Analog,
improve
thank you for the 20
controls,
months.
got longer battery life, and a remote control. So if you would like to get free toys or gift cards for toys, click the link in my description, because everybody who signs up for the giveaway wins a little something.
Philosophy YouTube has a video on YouTube about this entire conversation around gender affirming care, women not having children because of XYZ from the trans woman perspective. Also, such a cute video, tastefully done, great watch. Didn't Philosophy Tube is Philosophy is she who was just on Game of Thrones? Which I have to say, I have not really been keeping up with. House of Dragon, I don't know. Season 3, y'all, I don't know. I fear I'm falling off a bit, but I thought she was great.
on. Anyway, yeah, listen, everything costs money. It's expensive to do everything. Everything is pricey.
I fell
you
off
can't
when
go
they did the first
outside
time jump.
without it being expensive.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real on House of Dragon. I don't even know if season 2 was it for me. I think I'm just kind of like begrudgingly watching it still.
Like, I'm saying this as somebody who lives in a neighborhood that is pretty like chill. There's parks, there's things to do that could be free or cheap-ish. But yeah, every time you go outside, it's something. And everything's getting more expensive, but nobody's getting paid more. When's the last time you got a raise, boo? Someone you know? Listen, I chose the artist life. I am doing pretty damn well for myself as an artist because, girl, it's not easy, okay? But yeah, I'm still financially scared all the time. And if I feel that way about myself all the time, that anxious financial albatross just hanging over my neck, why the fuck do you think that I would ever in my goddamn life decide to bring in another person willingly into that financial constraint, into that financial abyss, into that anxiety and fear? Why the fuck would I do some shit like that? Willingly? What the fuck? I am trying to take care of myself. And at the end of each month, the money is gone. If I had to add a whole other series of expenses, diapers, formula, although technically the debate of like whether you're not supposed to use formula too soon, and breastfeeding, my titties hurt all the time, the baby's biting on my nipples, my body's changed completely, I'm exhausted always, I'm with this man who don't even know how to fucking change a diaper, and I knew how to change one since I was 10. We're gonna get into all those things as well, but it's nightmarish to be stressed about money, to be broke and have to spend money on other things. Unless you want kids, right? We'll talk about that too. But I'm just saying, a lot of us don't want kids because we know being broke is not fun, and being broke with a dependent is hell. At least that's how we perceive it. Maybe some of y'all are doing well. If you are, or you're able to manage it, please let me know. Just because I'm saying it's hell doesn't mean I'm judging your life or anything like that. I'm just saying this is why I do not want to have kids. The money portion, number one. Number two, men are trash? Okay, first off, let's say this. This is a queer space. It's not I was gonna say it's not solely queer. I have a large queer audience. I actually don't know. How many of y'all are homosexual? And how many of y'all are straight? Let me know. I actually don't know that demographic. Tell me, comment below. Okay, if you want to, you don't have to out yourself. Or maybe you want to on my Patreon. What's that? Okay, anyway, the chaos is back. Okay, but I brought all that up because yes, we know that you can have children without being in a heterosexual monogamous relationship. We know this. But I'm saying because women barely want to date men, it is becoming less and less likely that they're gonna have children with them. So that's a whole other section of the population that's choosing not to have kids. The hetero fatalist girlies.
Do I like men? Yes.
Can you explain to me what the difference is between queer and gay? I don't know if I'm the one to explain. My understanding is I think it kind of depends on who you ask to. Queer is a pretty umbrella term. And I think it's a personal thing. There's also, I think, a generational divide as well. I know there's politics too. I think yeah, it just kind of means something different for a lot of folks. Like you can be queer like women, men, non-binary, none of the above. Yeah, and some people are specific for what they like, they prefer to be identified as. You know, there are people who are, say, trans and straight. So they are, maybe they would use the term queer, maybe specifically trans. I don't know. Which word do you like most? For me personally, or what do I use? I kind of use I think I use queer a lot as an umbrella term, and then when needing to get more specific, I get more specific. Yeah, I am not the person to give a full answer on this. Yes. see you have lots of answers in chat. Queer, I would say, generally recognizes in betweenness beyond the binary and sexuality, gender. Oh no, not you personally. Okay. I want to hear Austin's answers to that. I think a gay person can be straight presenting, but a queer person cannot. Yeah. There's also, I think, because queer was in the past used in a derogatory way, it's been reclaimed. Like, it's a term that's been reclaimed. And so there's a lot of people who see a lot of pride in identifying as queer. You can tell boomers by the way that they'll still use the word queer with a little tinge of phobia on the end there. There's an interesting generational aspect because for older people, queer is a reclaimed slur, but for younger people, it was more common to be called gay as an insult. Yes, that's true. Yes, older LGBTQ people who, yes, in their generation, queer with a hard Q, and then younger LGBTQ folks who gay was very, and F slur all around, but gay was like a pejorative. That's gay. They'll put emphasis on the R and say queer. Yeah. So I think it's again kind of generally considered to be an inclusive umbrella term with the history behind that word. So some see it as reclaiming it with pride, but then others on an individual basis prefer different terms, different words, you know. As a queer woman myself, I like to use the label for the past few years because it felt more right for me, but I agree it's kind of case by case, person by person. Yeah, so there's no one exact answer.
Do I like men? No.
They are begrudgingly heterosexual. It fucking sucks. They like men. They like.
Yes, but be aware of referring to older LGBTQ folks as queer because there's a lot of pain, I think, for them specifically in their generation with that term.
To sleep with men, but they actually can't stand men because
men will literally ruin your life and then ask if you still want to hang out.
So you're like, well, what does a man have to do with it? Lesbians will have kids and whatever. If you were supposed to have a partnership with a man and you're realizing things like reproductive labor, you're realizing things like the second shift, because some of y'all are queer, you don't have to worry about having to have children with men. You could just use them as sperm donors. You could use men that you actually trust and like and all that jazz, and then you don't have to worry about it, and you still get to have a baby. Wonderful for you. For the hetero fatalist girlies, yeah, girls, we gotta have compassion for them because they don't have choices like that. They like men, and unfortunately, the men are a certain way, and that way is a lack of emotional intimacy and comprehension, a lack of socio-political and socio-cultural awareness and introspection, a lack of consideration, a lack of compassion. And men could argue that women are like this too, but this is why we ain't never gonna get anywhere with these damn gender wars, y'all. If we keep going back and forth like this, I'm just saying. But women do not want to have kids when they don't even want to date men. Where's the possibility of even starting a family when you don't even want to talk to men? The amount of women going celibate these days, more and more women talking about turning to God, girls calling it boy sober, like literally trying to detach themselves completely from men because they've had enough of it. And they're not going to go as far as the girls in the 70s and go to political lesbianism. Some of them might, but for the most part, a lot of them are just going to take their time and wait and then eventually settle. Sorry, I'm not going to say that. Sorry.
I have not heard that one.
All right, Elowen, you're not going to eventually settle. You'll hold out. You'll find yourself a good guy. Maybe you already have. You have you? You know what? I hope you have headphones on. Okay, anyway, if y'all remember when I was talking about I need to let Tony in. Hold on. Ugh. Okay. If y'all remember, I was talking about the 4B movement on my channel last year and how these women were doing the 4Bs. In Korean, it's 4Bs, but for us, it's like no sex, no, what is it?
비섹스, 비연애, 비혼, 비출산.
No sex, no dating, no marriage, no children. Because we've had enough of these men's shit. A lot of people like that video. A lot of people were commenting on that video. Lots of girlies found out that their boyfriends might have voted for and we're pissed about it. Like, yeah. It seems like the girls are closing ranks.
So the South Korea's 4B movement, I remember covering this. I think it was my first year of streaming, but a growing number of young women are rejecting a heteronormative life and the societal pressures and expectations to marry and have children and honor their husbands, yada yada. They are essentially redefining what it means to be a human being who is a human being first and then a woman, outside of the confinements of traditional gender norms and expectations. So it's complex, right? It's a complex thing. And it harkens back to Lysistrata, which was a Greek comedy back in, I don't know, long fucking time ago. And if you remember that, I read that in high school. Maybe some of you did. Lysistrata is a story of this woman named Lysistrata who comes up with the idea to end the Peloponnesian War between the various Greek states by denying men sex. So she gets all the women to agree to this plan of these men no longer get to have sex with us if they are at war. And it works. It ends up, it's very successful. The sex strike is successful. Anyway, so the 4B movement is one that emerged in the 2010s, I believe. And it was when there was a surge of feminist activity and interest in South Korea, and then combined with the global Me Too movement. And it's still a movement that is continuing today. And South Korea is a state that has one of the worst gender wage gaps. I think it might actually be the worst when it comes to the global north, and very, very limited social mobility. So a lot of women in South Korea have said, okay, well, if y'all want us to be doing your little traditional shit, then fix these problems. Why do we have the worst gender wage gap? Why is there such little ability for us to socially move? Why are we expected to do all these things and are treated in very deeply misogynistic ways? There are stories of women who defected from the North being shocked at the misogyny in the South. They're like, damn, it's really bad over here.
Especially the straight ones, they don't want to deal with men at all, let alone date them, let alone marry them, let alone have children with them. So that also, to me, makes sense why the birth rate is going down. And I don't know, do you know straight people anymore? Where are they? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But also, like, I don't
know.
If you're in Montreal,
where
I'm not
are
kidding.
they?
Every American that comes here is like, this city is bisexual. It is.
You know what? We need straight representation. That's so true. Where are the straights? We need straight representation. We need straight visibility. Because where are they?
I would just say queer.
Stand
The city
up,
is queer.
straights.
But yeah, less people are straight. So that I think reduces your likelihood of having kids, even though, yes, we know you can be in a queer relationship and have children. We know this. I've said this a couple times. But if you're queer as in not just like your sexual orientation, but the way you view life and your mindset, you might also then,
They're all at
because queer means
Hormuz.
weird, right? A little different, a little off the beaten path. You might also, or at least how I interpret it, have a queer relationship to the idea of having children. The normal standard by whoever's decree is that you
straight
should want
is
children. You should want to
closed.
have kids. And if you live a queer lifestyle, you're not trying to fit into the norm, or you've tried and it just don't work for you. Okay, the next one, Jesus, is trauma. Trauma. I just generally call this trauma because, well, a lot of us are really unpacking the way we
I remember the whole bear and man in the forest scenario. I remember that as well. I'm old enough to remember the bear versus man. And when women said they would choose the bear, men got very angry. And then women were like, yeah, that's exactly why. That's like last year.
grew up and
I'm
how
old enough
our
to
parents
remember
raised
that.
us. And though it is not completely on our parents, the things that happen to us, I think, the world is raising you just as well as your parents, the environment, all that, right? It's never just one thing. I'm just going to speak for myself and say I'm unpacking a lot of shit. And I want to deal with that before I have kids. If I have kids, which I don't think.
It's just amazing, the men versus bear conversation. And now one of the new things is alpine discourse or alpine divorce. Men leaving women on hiking trails, leaving them in potentially very dangerous situations.
I think I will. I'm more likely to adopt, honestly, because put my body.
Bears
I'm gonna talk about it.
literally don't
But
wanna hurt
the way
you.
they talk about how millennials parent, trying this gentle parenting thing, trying to maybe, as some people might view it, overcorrect for how our parents raised us. The way so many of us are in therapy, trying to figure out ourselves. Self-help has always been a thing. Human potential movement. People have always tried to better themselves, let's say. I think a lot of us are not only trying to better ourselves, but really unpack. And I don't want to say fix, but maybe fix/deal with. I mean, how many times has the word generational trauma come?
Yeah, honestly, how funny that the main guy's nickname in Obsession is Bear. Nickname, if you didn't know. That's not his actual name. But I just thought that was so perfect. I'm like, oh, yeah, of course. I'm sure that was on purpose.
Up in past generations. I feel like this generation, and I'm talking about millennials specifically, but Gen Z as well could fit into this. Well, I'll say Gen X and millennials. Seems like we're all very kind of like, all right, enough with the shits, okay? We're not doing this anymore. Your parents did the bare minimum. Human beings, in order to be better, we need to actually be nurtured. We are like plants. You can't just dump us in some soil and be like, all right, best of luck. I'm gonna come in and feed you with some water and some whatever every once in a while. For some humans, that might work. Some of y'all are devil's vine or whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called, but it's the one that's really hard to kill.
Go
It's the
Carolina
first plant I ever
hurricane thing
got,
with
and
3
you
months.
really have to try to kill that plant. Some of us are like orchids. You look at us wrong and it's like, well, that's a wrap. And when your parents haven't been nurtured.
Speaking of, my orchid died as Will's been out of town. The last petal fell. I was like, I've been taking care of it. And now it's empty. It's barren. Yeah. One thing I noticed as well with the subreddits that I've been on lately. Another one I've been on is, what's it called? I can't remember what it's called, but it's a subreddit for people who need like advice from internet parents. I think that's what it's called. And it's like, if you just need validation or if you need advice, a hug from your cool internet aunt, that kind of thing. And on so many of those posts, the response being that encouraging the posters to get to form a support system, that nobody can do it alone. And that is the truth in life, is that we all need a support system. We need a personal community based support system. We need social support programs, right? The government's responsibility for caring for their citizens, that kind of support. We are social animals, and we do need to have that infrastructure and that support in order to make it through, you know? Girl, are you okay? I'm good. I don't know why. I sometimes really love to see other people connecting, which gives me hope. And Reddit can be awful, but also sometimes you see people really being good human beings to one another. It can be very, very wholesome. It really can be. And Internet Parents is a very, very wholesome place. And it's wonderful to see strangers just offer that support to other strangers. And I basically just kind of reconfirm things I already know to be true by reading from other reading posts and comments from other people on these subreddits.
It's hard for them to know how to nurture. And so the cycle just continues and continues until somebody goes, all right, enough. The buck stops here. This is why I'm talking about the gender wars all the time too. I'm like, eventually somebody's going to have to
Also, we need more respite for moms who caregive for their children with special needs. Gosh, I know. It's in everything that mothers are expected to just nobly do their duty, that it is a gift. It is a wonder. It is the greatest thing in this world to have a child. And there is no room for honesty. There's no room for imperfections. There's no support.
Concede and just chill the fuck out so we can all get some shit done together. I don't know. We're going to have to start seeing each other with a bit more compassion. But anyway, I think a lot of people in and around my age.
Are you aware of Jimothy? I just became aware of Jimothy. Let's look at Jimothy afterwards.
Are really sitting with the fact that we didn't get our needs met on an emotional level, on a nurturing level,
die for Jimothy.
This is how you do life level. It was just very much like, figure it out on your own, know how to take care of yourself, know how.
I was tearing. I know I'm on my period, but I was tearing up earlier when I saw posts of Jimothy.
To work hard. We're going to make sure that you're clothed and fed and everything like that, but that's all we can give you, and that's all we got, and we turned out fine. And it's like, actually, I don't think it's it. Other bits of trauma of why I personally don't want to have kids.
No,
I know that when you give birth,
Google. Wait
some people say that
we look
after
at
you give birth, something
Jimothy
happens
together.
and you just like forget about all the pain. And I believe y'all. Fully believe you. Fully. If y'all have to sew my coochie up, I'm gonna be real upset. If my titties are always in pain, and when I feed you, you are biting on them and my nipples are chafing, and then some 18 years later, you look at me and say you hate me or some shit, how can I not slap you upside the head? Do you know what I gave up for you? You little shit. And all I get is that face on your... Okay, anyway. But seriously, I'm not saying hitting kids is right. It is not right. It's actually really fucked up because they're the most vulnerable amongst. It's actually really fucked up. But I'm saying the knee-jerk response in me after I sacrificed my body, not only for the months that I was pregnant with you, but then after having you and onwards, the fuck?
I gave you life. Oh my God. Whomst amongst us has not heard that from a parent? I brought you into this world. What? So you can take me out of it? You're going to do murder? What's the term? Would you kill your own murder? Why can't I think of it? For killing. Filicide. You going to do filicide? You brought me into this You brought me into this world. So you're going to bring me out of it? My mom literally says she can take me out of it every time. Every time. Yeah, I didn't ask you, okay? I did not ask you to bring me into this world. I didn't ask for this.
Okay, let's be serious for a second and talk about the fact that in Canada, pregnant Indigenous women are 2 times more likely to die than pregnant non-Indigenous women. In the United States, pregnant Black women are 3 times more likely to die, 41 deaths per 100,000 births. And pregnant American Indian and Alaskan Native women are 2 times more likely to die in childbirth, 30 deaths per 100,000 births, compared with pregnant white women, 13 deaths per 100,000 live births. So that's the other serious part of it, is that the maternal mortality rate in Canada and the US for Black and Indigenous women, it's not cute. It's not cute at all. It shouldn't even be that high, but it's not lost on me. And I've
the fact that this happens in the great civilized West over here, where we're so much better than everywhere else in the world. It's like, and yet Black women are still dying at 4 times the rate in childbirth, that there is so much medical racism that still exists. It's not even taking pain seriously to begin with, and then having women internalize that, which is why a lot of women
talked about this in videos.
A lot of women die from heart attacks because when they start to feel pains, they don't call 911. They're told to just deal with the pain.
Before, women used to be midwives, still are, doulas, all that stuff, but it used to be more common. And then male doctors came in, and of course, in the States, a lot of Black women were midwives, and they were calling Black women unsanitary and saying that the way that they delivered children's blah, 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 blah. Ain't that some shit? That patriarchy is crazy. Because how you gonna walk up to me and go, I've never given birth,
We've quadrupled the infant mortality rate in Cuba due to the blockade. Yes, America is responsible for civilian deaths all across the world, deaths of babies, children. Pro-life over here, aren't we? We're so pro-life. We're the most pro-life of anyone ever to pro-life.
Had a child. I don't even have the organs to have a child, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tell you that you don't know how to deliver a child, even if you have had children. What the fuck? Men, you're gonna have to be the ones to y'all have done too much. Y'all have done too fucking okay, I'm part of the problem. But it's not lost on me that countries that have midwives, their maternal mortality rates and infant mortality rates are significantly lower. And I'm not just saying, oh, it's only women that can help women give birth, but I'm saying that unfortunately, a lot of us tend to have more compassion and empathy for people that are similar to us. Lots of doctors will.
I mean, look, this is something I've talked about too, is that women, especially Black and other women of color who have really bad experiences in the medical system, and also historically there being so much trauma and violence around say medical experiments on Black children. I understand why women like that turn away and then turn towards alternatives, which can be very dangerous, or I'm not saying doulas, but turn to, say, the anti-vax movement, turn to things like Make America Healthy Again, people like RFK Jr. There are root issues at play that lends itself to why women from certain racial and ethnic backgrounds will, say, become anti-vax and turn away from going to a hospital because of their experiences with hospitals. And it's the fear of and then on top of that, compounding, it is the societal pressures on mothers, and how the great fear that you are not living up to those expectations, that you are failing as a mother, that you are failing your child. It's like the natural, normal fear, I imagine, when you're a parent having a child to begin with. But then on top of that, the absurd expectations, and also the distinctions that are made between who who's a good mother? What does a good mother look like? And who is not? What does a bad mother look like?
Think that women are just like complaining about something, over exaggerating their pain, all this stuff, when in actuality, a lot of times women are underplaying their pain and the symptoms and things like that. Maybe not every single one, obviously. And it's like, if you were a woman doctor, it's not to say that you would automatically completely understand another woman. Again, I'm not saying that, but maybe there's a bit more compassion there. If I see a black woman doctor, I'm a bit more like, oh, okay, I'm more hopeful, because it's not to say that
they did have that scene in the pit. They had that episode.
All doctors can't have empathy. The doctor that I see here is not a black woman. It's to say that there's maybe a certain level of compassion and care that we have, that we bring in when people look more like us. I don't know why I'm still rambling about this. Anyway, I'm not necessarily an anti-natalist, right? But I don't know. There's something about bringing people in.
There's also the lack of information, right? Targeted communities that are targeted by online misinformation, and they fall victim to these disingenuous grifters who are specifically targeting them and turning them away from science and towards being a part of the anti-vax movement.
Into this earth that just don't sit right in my spirit. Because girl, look at this earth. I don't know if it's fair to bring another human in and be like, well, so how you like it? Like, what? My baby is coming out, like, what's going on here? And that's because of my own personal relationship with life and mortality and my existential dread and all that jazz. That's a me thing. But I think a lot of people also feel this way. I don't think I'm so unique in this feeling that, like, if I could choose not to be here, I don't know if I would choose to come back. Honestly, I don't know. I think maybe if I could just kind of like not be anything, never get bored, never have feelings, just rest, that might be nice. That might be nice. Ellen, cut it. I'm sorry. Now, something else that I want to unpack with all of this is that people have a certain vision of the types of people that don't want to have kids. Specifically, the types of women that don't want to have kids. The spinsters, the witches, the cat ladies, you know? We either can't have kids because no man wants to be with us. We care more about cats than children, and that's weird and freaky because we also femininely code cats, and dogs are better. So if a girl likes a dog, you know, there's something. Anyway, it is that deep, okay? Not everything is that deep, but a lot of things are. They also see women that don't want to have children, especially older women that are single and don't have kids, as
crazy
like
cat
witch-like,
ladies.
you know, witches are often depicted as eating children or hating children.
We should just all become witches. Who's with me? Who's with me?
Or harming children. Like, witches are always anti-children, and it's just so interesting that it's always like a group of bad bitches that are a little too old and a little too single, and we don't trust them, you know? And then of course the spinster, similar category as a witch, just a single woman. We really don't like a single woman. No kids, no man. What are you up to? What the fuck are you up to?
And look, I have talked at length about this show and recognized the problems with it, but I will say, when I was younger, Sex and the City was very formative for me. Seeing a show with four independent gals had their careers. Don't ask how Carrie could afford the brownstone, but had lives. Yes, they revolved around men. But it was, for a while, women, four friends who were living in New York City, seemed like the greatest thing, the greatest life ever. Probably also that plus theater was like why I wanted to go to New York. I went, it looks amazing, and they didn't have kids. Well, they eventually did, but they were like fully in their 30s too. Which is amazing considering how we have become more youth oriented. Like, we're already obsessed with youth, but become more youth oriented in the entertainment industry. So these women in their 30s, Samantha was 40 ? And living independent lives and having big careers, big lives.
Few ways to make or have their own
Wonder how
money
many people moved
outside
to
of
NYC
marriage.
because
Some
of that?
unmarried
Well, I'm
women
sure a
were
lot.
able to carve out a professional niche in the textile industry, spinning thread for a living. Spinsters. Originally a job title, by the 17th century, so many unmarried women had found their way into the profession that spinster became a legal term for an unmarried woman. But thanks to its association with being an unmarried woman, making her own money, it didn't take long for the word spinster to become a derogatory term used to shame them for not being married by a certain age.
I'm 26, turning 27, and I'm not married.
What am I, a child
fear
bride?
I'm a spinster.
Do you guys think I've taken the bit like too far, or is it still funny?
Not the Twilight bag.
Is there any part of the
How do I? Where does one get that Twilight bag? Asking for a friend.
outfit that screams like that's too much?
Literally in my apartment, going to my cats. Literally in my apartment watching YouTube videos, yelling at the TV. Literally playing a mobile game on my phone. Most of y'all are probably playing Sims. Like, literally shopping on.
Has Caroline ever covered Radium Girls? I did the play Radium Girls.
Line? Like, that's what I'm doing. But anyway, even though those are the stereotypes that have been more prevalent, let's say, not just in books and media generally, but just in the way we talk about women in our relationships with each other in everyday life, because more and more of us are choosing not to have kids and it's not seen as a negative as much, I'm starting to notice the trend of the rich auntie.
I don't understand. We live a totally different life. I don't have kids.
Don't get married. Fuck till you drop. And then just buy a house.
Ironically, the myth of witch myth started because of women brewing beer. Yes. Isn't that very funny? This was an early smear campaign. Smear campaigns been around for a long fucking time. If you think smear campaigns are only a product of our modern society, think again. So this was, yes, in the Middle Ages, women who were brewing beer in a male-dominated field, because everything is male-dominated, they were smeared. There was like the rumors that started that they were using witchcraft. I'm like, why? Because the beer was better? Oh, this beer tastes too good. Surely there must be sorcery involved. Surely they must be using dark magic. Witch's brew. Exactly. Witch's brew. So if you have ever wondered where does witch's brew come from, it comes from the Middle Ages when women were making better beer. It was very popular. And so men decided to go engage in a smear campaign against ale brewing women and call them witches. And I'm pretty sure prior to beer brewing becoming like a commercial industry, that was something that women had done for and dominated for a long time. And then, of course, when it becomes commercialized, men are like, no, that is only for us to be doing. We can't have you in our field, in our trade. Yep, transition to capitalist economy involved a lot of witch hunts. Yes, which, who was it that was recently debating a 10-year-old at America's 250 celebration? I get them all confused. They're all the same. It was Charlie Kirk. Michael Knowles. Yes, Michael Knowles, I think. I don't know. Dave Rubin, who cares? They're the same asshole.
The single woman who is actually wealthy, actually happy without having another attachment, without having kids. Tracee Ellis Ross has her show out, and so many people, I want to watch it actually, but.
The broom comes from women setting a broom out the front door to signify that their shop was open. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Smear campaigns. Ugh. Been around forever. Can we sometime do a tour of the history and horrors that come from witchcraft things, like how they were thrown in water, and then if they drowned, they were human but dead, and if they lived, they were witches and burned? She's a witch, burn her. Yeah, I'm sure there is some YouTuber out there who's got a great video on it.
I'm Tracy Ellis Ross. Join me as I follow my heart. Oh my God. Go to beautiful places. Wear pretty clothes.
If you don't stop it right now.
Does she
And
weigh
enjoy
more than
my
a
own
duck?
company.
Holy hi!
So many people are being positively impacted by it because they're women in their 30s, 40s, 50s plus, and they don't have children. They don't have a partner, or maybe the relationships that they have, they just have lovers and things like that, whatever. And maybe they are successful, have money, can take care of themselves, can do bad all by themselves, right? Even if they had a partner,
One old
maybe it'd be
sergeant,
whatever,
even 9
but
months.
especially if they don't have children, it's like they're actually not fulfilled. You actually can't be happy. There's no way you're actually content in your life. And when you get older, you're going to regret it, and this, that, and the third. Can you just humor me and believe that I might actually be okay not having kids? I know that cognitive empathy is difficult for a lot of us, but I need us to work on it more. And I wasn't saying that sarcastically. I meant that sincerely. It is difficult for a lot of us, but we need to work on it, because I can empathize cognitively with somebody who wants to have children, who loves children. Even if I don't understand it, I can put myself in their brain and go, okay, I can see all the reasons, or just listen to them explain why they want to have kids and take them at their word, right? There could be a part of me thinking, you're brainwashed, you're under spells, God isn't real, run! Right? There's a part of me thinking that. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. But I'm still able to understand where they're coming from and go, you know what? If you like it, I love it for you. That's not for me, but that is your life and good for you.
Yeah, it's called personal choice. But again, a lot of people who have children, it's really not it's really not a choice at the end of the day. Either combination of familial and societal pressures, lack of access to abortion. Remember that the most women who have an abortion already have children. This is not women who don't have children. It's those who do. And the financial burden and the other stresses of having an additional child is too much. And they worry about not being able to, it will be much harder to care for their other children and meet their needs.
Would just like for people on the other side to also see that. I'm going to take your word for it that you don't want to have kids, that you have no interest in it. You're not going to regret it. It's not your vibe. You don't give a fuck, whatever. And maybe part of me is still thinking, oh, maybe you will be a little sad or unfulfilled.
I love kids, but as someone whose firstborn was a stillborn, I really, really push for people to choose carefully and with their heart, not pressure from others, because it rocks your world, good and bad. Yeah, and unfortunately, there are a lot of parents who did not want to have kids, who felt forced into having kids, who really, really didn't make an informed choice on it and lack the support. And that then is something the children have to deal with. And I'm sure there are many of you in here who that was your experience. But yeah, we are all sorry for your loss. And you are totally correct that with the circumstances that people do not have in their control, at least trying to make as informed of a decision as they can, because nothing is worse than a kid who's not wanted and it's clear that they're not wanted. Nothing is worse for a child. My grandma only had my mom because it was what you did at the time, and I know she's far from the only one who did feels the same. Yes. So, not to go back to the subreddits that I've been spending a lot of time on, but one thing, okay, another subreddit was like about people who have chosen not to have kids. And in a lot of the comments, there were both fathers and mothers, but particularly mothers, who said, I wish that when I was younger, there was this expression of freedom that I see more young women expressing. And I wish that I felt like there were other options for me other than having children. And I love my children. That's always like, make sure to say, love my children, love my child, but I don't feel as if I actually had a choice in the matter. There are more who regret having kids that we know of because it's not socially acceptable to say that. Yeah. That's why there's a subreddit for it. There's a subreddit for everything. Yes, regretful parents in order to support one another. I recently saw that there was a mod post that said, hey, this is specifically a subreddit for parents who regret becoming parents and are here to support one another. So don't come in here with your, but children are the greatest thing in this world. That's not what this subreddit is. Two things can be true at once. You can love your kids and also wish you hadn't had them. Yes. And I think I think it's a very heartbreaking thing. It's heartbreaking that there are so many people who are decent, like they're good parents. They try their best because that's all you can do. The best that you can. And yet so many of them who feel that they really didn't choose this, and also that they were completely unsupported. Yes, people can love and support children without having them. I sent this to Sam. She said no, but I sent her this screenshot. I platonically co-parent a foster child with my best friend. And she said, what if we got a fish? What if we started out with a fish? I said, okay, my track record with fish, not good. Always dead in under 3 days. Not my fault. Beta fish really don't last long. Just saying. This was when I was a child. I haven't had a fish in a long time. So I don't know. Very devastating. I love my niece, but I'm glad. Oh, also cutie. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Thank you. I appreciate you. Also, I love my niece, but I'm glad she's mainly my brother's responsibility. Yes, that you get to give the child back at the end of the day. You're like, hi, you're not mine. So goodbye. See you next time. Yeah. So here's the thing. We do live in a modern society. It does not need to be structured around heteronormativity. I think people who raise a child platonically in a platonic relationship is a beautiful thing. Why not? If you have two responsible adults who are in a position to raise a child, there are children out there who deserve a loving home. And I really do believe in moving outside of these ridiculous confines in practically everything, right? Every aspect of society. We're so confined. We think like, oh, it can only be this way because it's been this way for a long time. It's like, no. What? Absolutely not. It takes a village, and that means even the people who like kids around for less than 1 hour, sometimes we like to help too. Yeah.
Lightly, or you just don't know what you're missing out on, but I'm still gonna be understanding of the fact that you just don't want kids. It's not my life. It's not my coochie. It's not my business. Imagine, y'all. The rich auntie stereotype, I think, is a much needed and a nice sigh to all the other stereotypes that we've had of single women over the age of 30. This fear that we have of single women over the age of 30. As we're noticing the interconnectedness of the gender wars, this trend of women not wanting to have kids is happening, but there's also a trend of men wanting to be fathers. And it's funny to me because, from my view, we're scared of single.
You mean Will Neff seeing a child and going, yeah, I think I want to have kids. Seeing a cute kid who's not his own playing in a park and going, yeah, I'm ready. Oh! How are ya? Are you ready? Wait, this is tangentially related. I saw a headline today that role model had said he dreams of being a single dad with a daughter to raise by himself because he thinks it would be fun. And the comment section was like, no! And Jamil was present always, 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 and also saying no. Okay, here's my thoughts on that. If your perspective on having a child, whether it is solo with somebody else, is because it will be fun, I don't know about that. And that's also, I think, what I was hearing Will Neff say on the Fear and podcast. So unless he is, planning an MPreg arc here, it is not nearly sufficient at all to go, I think it could be fun. That is not an informed decision. People only imagine the best case scenario. You have to imagine the worst case. What if they have terrible behavior? What if they have a chronic illness? Are you ready for those possibilities? Yeah, right. Exactly. And here's the thing. There is a subreddit too. This is the theme of tonight's stream. There's a subreddit I was on, and it was specifically about kids that are assholes. And these parents who, I do believe most of them, I'm sure, give or take, they're like, I don't know. I'm concerned. Almost sometimes it's like, oh, they're a serial killer. Oh my God. But it's like my kid is an asshole. And it's like, okay, I don't know if this is the no bad parent, no bad dog, like dogs, pets, only bad owners. I don't know if, like, you know what I mean? So clearly I'm on my Reddit arc. I know I need to stop, but sometimes kids are assholes. They can be assholes. I say this as someone who's a teacher. All right. Even the good students, which I hate to say too, but yeah, they're children. They're children. They can drive you nuts. Your kid can be a jerk. Your kid's an asshole. My kid's an asshole. I was told I hate you, Mom, and I cried in a bathroom. That's devastating. That is so devastating. And so these are all considerations that need to be made. Sometimes you will have, for a variety of reasons, a difficult child. And the other thing too is, don't think that it's just 18 years. It's not, okay? This concept of, oh, well, when the kid turns 18, that's when we're free again. No, you are a parent for the rest of your life. The rest of your life. My parents last year had maybe 2 years ago. 2 years ago, all of my siblings, except for myself, were living back at home again. My older sister, it was just a 1 month thing because she was moving apartments. But my mom went from experiencing sadness over being an empty nester when my baby sister went off to college. And then she and my dad got used to having the space. And then lo and behold, find themselves with all of the kids at home again. But this time they're adults. And 3 of my siblings are still at home. My brother literally in the basement. Literally in the basement. So no, it is not just until 18. You are a parent for the rest of your life. whether or not your child is living in the basement.
Women, because we don't know what the men are going to do. It's not necessarily that single women are dangerous or anything like that. It's that if women are choosing to be by themselves or choosing to be queer or are queer, whatever. I know some people don't like the language of choosing, but if women are choosing to basically not date men, have children with men, keep them occupied with families, give men a purpose of taking care of their family, the purpose that Christian nationalist
Unless you get
patriarchy
dementia,
tells
then your
us
child
very
gets to be your
aggressively.
parent.
The man needs to provide,
Yes,
needs
I
to
mean, the
have
switch that can
wife and kids.
happen,
It's why
for
you can't
sure.
be in politics and not be married and have children. It's kind of creepy and weird if you're in a high political position and you don't have a family. It's a little off, right? We are worried that all the girls are like, no, thank you.
Yesterday was 4 years since my mom passed, and I miss being a daughter. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Because now what are these boys gonna do? And lots of boys and men feel like they don't have a purpose. The joke, oh, men used to go to war. Y'all, for empires that didn't give a shit about their bodies. Y'all think, come on, y'all think. Okay. Men used to go to war. Men used to have jobs and provide for their families and all this stuff. Yeah, okay, sure. They were also still miserable then too. But we only gave a lot of young men and boys their value in terms of what they could provide. We said, this is all you're good for.
You know what I was just thinking about? Speaking of men providing, not enough. I feel as if there was not enough attention paid to the comments that Shakira made over the Barbie movie. Sorry, this is very specific. I do think we moved on way too fast from that. I don't know if y'all remember when Shakira shared her thoughts on the Barbie movie, Greta Gerwig's Barbie. I did not. Okay, good. There's some of us in here. Let me pull up her quotes. My sons absolutely hated it. They felt that it was emasculating, and I agree to a certain extent. I'm raising 2 boys. I want them to feel powerful while respecting women. I like pop culture when it attempts to empower women without robbing men of their possibility to be men, to also protect and provide. I believe in giving women, like your ex, I believe in giving women all the tools and the trust that we can do it all without losing our essence, without losing our femininity. Oh, there we go. There we go with the F word. I think that men have a purpose in society and women have another purpose as well. We complement each other, and that compliment should not be lost. I'm on tonight, you know, my hips don't lie, and we gotta be ladies, y'all. It's divine femininity. I'm in my divine femininity while my boyfriend is in his masculinity. It's so machismo-brained boy mom. It really is. What does that have to do with the movie? It's like, okay, your sons hated it. Who the fuck cares? Oh, it was emasculating. Where does that come from? Where does them thinking the Barbie movie is emasculating come from? I wonder how your sons are being raised. I wonder what gender standards y'all reinforce. I wonder. I like pop culture when it attempts to empower women without robbing men of their possibility to be men. What does that mean? What does the possibility of men to be men mean? God damn. Kartik. Yeah. Yeah, so I was, just thinking about that again.
And being better than
It's
other
a
men. And if you-
damn Barbie movie. Yeah. I want to hear what she thought of Obsession. She's probably didn't see it because her boys really would have hated it. They wouldn't have liked it. But I bet you she would have thought that she would have thought that, why can't I remember the main character's name? Not main character, Nikki. She would have been like, Nikki is the villain. Nikki is a crazy bitch. It's interesting. Someone who clearly believes strongly in gender roles would take her sons to see the Barbie movie. What did she think the Barbie movie would be? She said her mother-in-law convinced her to get a terrible haircut to basically make her unattractive to her spouse. God damn. Well, that's so messy.
Can't do that. We don't know what to tell you, girl.
That
You're
is
basically a
so
woman. We gave
messy.
men their value in what they could do for others and protect and provide, how they could put their bodies on the line. And then we said, all right, actually, we don't need any of that from you because the girls are doing it by ourselves because we were having a good time. And it was like, actually, we're good over here. We don't need that help. So I don't know what you're going to do, but best of luck, I guess. And then the young boys and men felt lost. This is only a partial explanation. This isn't the answer to patriarchy and male identity loneliness crisis. This is not the answer. These are just partial speculations. There are plenty of other factors that tentacle from patriarchy. Anyway, and now the boys and men are like, well, what do I do?
The boys
and the girls are like, I could do
town.
anything. More boys and men are like, maybe I want to be a dad. Maybe that is my purpose. There's a great Explain It to Me podcast episode that I'll link that's talking about this phenomenon of TV dads and how we grew up seeing dads throughout different generations and now why more men are choosing.
Oh, you mean like Bill Cosby?
To be fathers. And one of the reasons some of these men cite
America's
is a sense
dad.
of purpose, a sense of belonging in the world, a sense of knowing why you're here. And we're about to get real philosophical, so strap in. Being born is, as I said, traumatic, but living is also
Real.
kind of like death by 1,000 paper cuts because a lot of us are trying to figure out what the hell we're doing here and why we're here in the first place. Being alive and conscious of it is torture. To me, sometimes, because it makes me so aware of the fact that I exist and I could be doing something with this existence. I discovered pretty early on.
In another life, I would have really liked doing laundry and taxes with you. Joy in the little things. Life as inherently meaningless, so we create the meaning.
On in my life that my passion was creativity. I love to express myself creatively. I love to perform. That was my way of understanding the world around me, of expressing myself, and of me expressing my little piece of the universe that I came from, right? A lot of people have different passions. Some of you are passionate about animals, about medicine, about horticulture. I was looking at my plants trying to find the word. I was like, it starts with an H. About books, about tapestry. There's sports, about so many things. So many of you are passionate about.
Some of us are very passionate about chips. We all have our passions.
So many things, and feel like if you can at least do this in your life, then you will have purpose made. On the spectrum of that, there's that. And then there's people that do not have a passion beyond wanting to raise a family. And I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm saying it's a spectrum in this case because there are also people that still have passions and also want to have kids. They have lots of passions, you know, so that's why I said it's a spectrum. But on this side of the spectrum, there are people that want for not that much with their life's purpose. I mean, not just things that they enjoy. They can still enjoy hobbies and things, but with their life purpose, there are people that are like, my life purpose is to be a mother. My life purpose is to be a parent. My life purpose is to guardian a child and usher them through this life. That is what I am here to do. I nurture, I care, and I want to do that. That's what some people like and appreciate. And that is very important. Caregivers are extremely important in this world. Are you kidding me? The world needs more fucking care. On that spectrum, for me, I'm closer to my work is my purpose. Being an artist and creative is my purpose. If I couldn't sing, I would want to die.
The one thing I would say is I think there's a difference. There's not for everyone, but say people who feel that their purpose is to be caregivers on this earth. So they go into, say, social work, for example, versus women who say, I am meant to be a mother, where what you have to then extract is the genuine desire that you feel to have a child, raise a child, and separate that from the pressures that are put on you from the moment you are born and how you are raised and how you are socially conditioned. Yes, the how and why you came to that condition. And I do know, I know women who express things like, I guess I just am going to be a mom, or I think I should just be a mom. And it doesn't always actually feel as if that's what they believe their purpose is. But also, I think one thing mothers, women who have children, mothers struggle with is feeling a loss of identity, that their identity is their child, their children. They are identified as mother, right? And I don't mean in the Nicole Kidman mother way. That they have a complete loss of identity because their purpose, as deemed either by themselves or by the rest of society, is raising children. Losing their name, becoming a parent. Then they have a midlife crisis. Then there's just a lot of there's a lot of emotional turmoil that can be produced from that. No longer themselves because they're just considered mom. Yeah.
And I'm not even joking. And
so the difference being that somebody who, say, goes into social work, that being a purpose, but also an industry, like a career field, versus being mom, where that's happening in a society that expects perfection and also does not give you any breaks. Like it is an impossible job. And it's not seen that way. It's not treated that way as a job. It is not. It is viewed as an expectation. And when it is an expectation, it means that, one, it is completely thankless. And two, there's no financial support. None.
obviously I'm adaptable, I'm resilient, I can do a lot of stuff, but like, girl, don't play with me. This is the thing that I'm like, this is why I'm alive. Being on that side of the spectrum and being that passionate about it, I know that there's very few things that come close to that. I love my family, I love my friends. When I'm with people in romantic relationships, I love and care about them, and they are always priorities in my life for sure. But
Marxist feminist critique, absolutely. The understanding of women's oppression being rooted in unpaid, expected domestic and reproductive labor, that women are never going to be free when they are trapped in this intertwining system of patriarchy and capitalism.
this is like a passion and a relationship to a thing on a level that I can't even explain. And I imagine a lot of people feel that way about their children. So for me, because I fall closer on that side of the spectrum of I deeply and passionately care about this thing and other things are priorities, but I want to focus on it. I know that I don't want kids as well because I'm not a monster. Like Christina Yang said, if I have kids, I'm going to love them. I'm going to care about them. I'm going to make them my priority because they didn't choose to be here. But that would mean that I would have to sacrifice all of the things that I love, not all of them, but a lot of the things, put on pause. Like there would have to be a certain giving of a lot of the things that I love and care about doing creatively with my work in order to prioritize the children. You can't have everything at the top all the time. And I know that I want to be a great artist and performer and creative. So having children, not having them is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And
I wanted to be a mom. Or wait, somebody said, I want to be a parent, but I don't think it or ever will be my passion. Do you need it to be your passion to be a good parent? No, but graphic design, passion. Graphic design should be your passion. No, that's part that's the conversation we're having here, that this this idea of having children requiring a total loss of everything else in your life, and that you restructure your entire existence around kids, is not something that should be perpetuated. It's good for your kids to see you follow your dreams. Yes, it's good for your kids to see you as human beings, to see you as human beings with lives, with interests. And that doesn't mean like, you know, dropping, ditching. They just be like, I'm going to Sardinia. See you later. Never. Dank Techno, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specializations for insects. Yes, I can do all those things.
Also, I really value my freedom. And, you know, Nina Simone says freedom's no fear, right? It's no fear. To me, it's feeling the fear and doing something anyway. Having children is terrifying. People say it's like your heart is walking out there in the world. I feel a lot more freedom knowing that I just have to be responsible for myself and not other young, vulnerable people that I brought into this world. That is a huge responsibility. It's not one to take lightly. I don't take it lightly, and that is why I don't want to have children. I said F them kids, but you know the kids.
Do you know why a capitalist society wants people to reproduce? Because that's labor. Under a capitalist society, people are what they can produce, and produce while being severely exploited and underpaid. They want a never-ending workforce, more laborers to exploit. Human resource. Exactly. And that's why they want to keep the masses uneducated. They want to keep them uneducated. They want to keep the reproduction machine flowing, producing a nonstop supply of workers to exploit.
They're fine. I personally don't want to be around them, but like, I love to be a little auntie. I love to see a cute baby. I love all that jazz, but like, yeah, I want to be in adult zones and adult spaces. I just don't want kids.
The kids yearn
and
for
it
the
seems
minds.
like a lot of y'all don't either. So comment below and let me know what you think. And yeah, as always, thanks so much for being on the Patreon. I'm thinking about doing a movie analysis review thing because I can't.
Yes, having a baby called Going into Labor. Yeah, puts a new spin on that, huh?
Stop thinking about Bring Her Back. And I think
going into labor. It's also why they desperately want to rush towards AI robotics, since they see the writing on the wall of workers gaining class consciousness. They want to be able to just completely replace their labor with machines before then. Yeah, and figure out how to produce children via machines. Hey, women, you should be scared, because as soon as robots can have babies, then you're worthless. We don't need you. Hee hee ha ha.
Do you love them, or do you just want to control them? As a kid, I found it difficult to differentiate between platonic and romantic love. And as I grew older, I realized it was hard because there's no difference besides intention and choice. This isn't to say that romance doesn't exist, but that our mainstream understanding of what romantic love looks like is flawed. Since birth, we're fed this idea that our romantic partner is this magical person who single-handedly fills every single need and desire in our lives. But this expectation of mononormativity, that is, the idea of seeing monogamous relationships as the standard we ought to strive towards, is so deeply entrenched in our society that even the most critical people don't bother examining it. Indeed, as authors Easton and Hardy write in The Ethical Slut, how do you dig up and examine a belief that you don't even know you hold? The idea of lifelong monogamy as the only proper goal for
Y'all should see the invite.
Relationships is so deeply buried in our culture that it's almost invisible. We operate on these beliefs without even knowing we believe them. But the standard didn't just come out of nowhere. Indeed, like most unquestioned norms that we take for granted, it's rooted in patriarchal, capitalist, colonial values. Monogamy is institutionalized through marriage, which originates as a capitalist system of a transfer of private property, wherein the property is woman. As Friedrich Engels writes in The Origin of Private Property, Family, and the State, in the transfer of ownership from father to husband, the woman becomes the slave of his lust and a mere instrument of his production of children. In other words, marriage was used to secure sex for men, and through the requirement of prenuptial chastity, men assured themselves of the legitimacy of their offspring and thus secured their property interest. And while relationships have hopefully progressed since the origins of marriage, what has remained is this prevailing sentiment that monogamous relationships are based not on the mutual loving decision to choose one another over and over again, but upon possession and control. And I see this sentiment everywhere in online discourse about relationships. If your boyfriend gets your friends flowers too, then he's cheating on you. I would never let my girlfriend stay over at a guy friend's house. And while you might think, hey, I'm not that extreme, still, I notice that even in progressive circles, there's a reluctance to consider anything beyond monogamy. People will be critical of other institutions and systems, yet when it comes to examining the rigid lines between the various relationships in their lives, people just unquestioningly adopt these social...
Yeah, I gotta keep it a buck too. A very common issue in relationships is a lack of meeting one another's sexual needs. Just not being meant to be with the same person forever. And cheating is something that happens all the time, and it's very common, which comes back to communication. Yes, a lack of honesty, a lack of expressing your needs, a lack of meeting those needs. So I'm not saying everyone needs to suddenly become poly, but there certainly is so much emphasis on monogamy being the standard, and anything that deviates from that is like wrong and bad.
Scripts, when in reality, it's your freaking life, and you can define your relationships in whatever way you see suitable. And so comes the alternative, relationship anarchy. At its core, relationship anarchy asks, what if our relationships weren't governed by social scripts? It's grounded in anarchist values like autonomy and anti-hierarchy, and it argues that people should be free to shape their connections however they wish. They can negotiate their own dynamics through open communication and consent rather than pre-established traditions.
I never want to be poly. I've seen my poly friends' Google Calendar. Not the Google Calendar.
The role of the romantic partner is seen as encompassing every relational need there is. But these roles don't have to automatically be given to just one person in your life. Indeed, previously, a lot of these roles were filled by one's community. And so no wonder there's so much dissatisfaction in modern relationships. We have unrealistic...
Look, you don't have to, it's not like if you choose to be poly that you have to be poly for the rest of your life. Like there are different structures, different strokes for different folks type of thing. And it's about communicating your needs. Okay. It's about what is going to work for you. And maybe then that changes. But a reason why so many relationships have issues and then end up in divorce, or people who are unhappily together for way too long, is because they don't know how to communicate, and because they are defining their lives via very narrow, rigid standards. Like the parameters are so narrow. And anyway, different strokes.
Expectations of the ways that our singular partner ought to remedy every
but it
social
requires
ailment we
very
have.
healthy
But the beauty of relationship
communication.
anarchy is that it tells us that we don't have to prescribe to these preset roles. It acknowledges the freedom we have to make intentional choices about what we want our unique relationships to look like. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has to go and start kissing their friends, but also, like, who decided you can't? Going on dates or sending flowers or sharing a home doesn't have to be something that we reserve only for a romantic partner. And when we realize this, when we realize that there's no limit to the love we can give to others, we unlock the full potential of our capacity to love. Do you love them, or do you just want to control them?
Kiss the homies. Truly, kissing the homies. I once had a dude that my ex cheated on me with meet me at a coffee shop to tell me being monogamous was unethical. Some people take that shit too far, but there's a reason for some folks to do it for sure. Yes, look, that's true of everything. Anything and everything. People taking it too far. People being weirdos. Vegalix, thank you for the 2 months. Did you see Will's setup for Valo? Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware of how bad it is. It was.
We running this back.
If you hover the yeah.
This man spent 8 hours in the public library parking lot to participate in Abe's Valorant tournament.
What the fuck? Wait, so like the laptop's just like on your lap right now or something? Yeah, bro.
That's his purpose.
Where's your mouse?
Oh no, I'm not kidding.
No, It's on the dash. It's on the dash. We got, dude. This is easy. This is the easiest clutch of my entire life. No, that's where I downloaded last night. I'm actually
Is
inside
that
of the
smog?
desk now in the library. We're good.
It's smoke,
We're good.
yes.
You got motion too. You got reserved parking like that.
Yeah.
That's actually
Yeah.
handicap parking. Yeah.
So scuffed.
Yeah, they reserved it for me.
No, it's because he is on an island where there is hardly service. So the one place that he could find it was in the parking lot of this public library. So he went last night and was there so late and was miserable. I was getting very miserable texts from this man. And then today he spent 8, because he was downloading it and testing to see if this spot would work. And then today he spent 8 hours in this parking lot. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Why is he doing this to himself? I don't know. I don't know. I truly don't. Anyway, yeah. AJ, thank you for the 6 months. He said he was inside the library today. He said he was in the parking lot. I don't know. Maybe at one point he went in the library. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Okay, so before we talk about anything else, I need to show y'all Jimothy. Are you ready for this? For those who do not know Jimothy, I don't think you're ready for this, but here you go.
What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
I love him.
What?
I don't know. Look at baby Jimothy.
You have the strangest body, buddy. Holy cow. You have the strangest body, buddy. Holy cow.
He lost his ass. I would die for Jimothy. He's just a little guy. He's just a little baby. I don't know. I don't know the tea. I don't know the tea on Jimothy. What's up? Okay, mutant creature named. Come on. Named Jimothy stalks Seattle and becomes local celebrity. Yes, because everyone who sees Jimothy is like, I would die for Jimothy. Seattleites are abuzz over sightings of a deformed raccoon whose truncated backbone gives it the appearance of a creature not of this earth. The stubby critter, dubbed Jimothy by locals, is being tracked online as excited residents share videos of him traversing backyards and balconies in the Emerald City. Though he hasn't been formally diagnosed, the consensus based on his appearance is that he's afflicted with short spine syndrome, a very rare congenital condition that significantly shortens the spine. Jimothy's an X-Men confirmed. For our 13th anniversary, we were graced with the presence of Jimothy the raccoon with short spine syndrome. Praise Jimothy. Oh my God.
What am I looking at?
What an angel. Another known sighting shows Jimothy navigating a balcony railing before squeezing between two bars and exploring for a moment before disappearing out of frame. The cryptid-like creatures become a regular fixture on Seattle's subreddits, as well as subreddits like Weird and Creepy, garnering thousands of likes and comments. Caroline, you should come to Seattle with Fieran and find Jimothy. I would. You know what? I would. I freaking would. I thought they were being so mean about him. Turns out I was sleep deprived, but I think they were being so mean. Why would they call? I know. Why? Weird and Creepy. He's a baby. He's so cute. This is the most Seattle animal possible. I do agree with that. One Reddit user said, hot Jimothy Summer. He needs to be protected at all costs. So far, only a few videos of Jimothy have emerged, but as word spreads, expect to see more angles and action shots of Seattle's newest four-legged viral celebrity. Oh. Oh. The legend of Jimothy. I can't. I actually cannot. I can't.
Don't we the baby don't have a tail?
What happened to its tail?
It doesn't need a tail.
Don't we the baby don't have a tail?
What happened to its tail?
Oh, that's good to know. That syndrome rarely causes pain as a welcomed FYI. Good to know. Good to know. He's a Pokemon. Wait, actually, Jimothy is a Pokemon. Oh. I love how last Friday we watched videos of raccoons. Now this Friday, we are also looking at videos of raccoons. It's Raccoon Friday, y'all. Who's the genius that I don't know? That's an internet thing. I have some more short clips of Jimothy. Okay, well, share them. Hello. Share them with the class. What? He's literally... Oh, stop it. Stop. Put the Jimothy clips in the bag. Give them to us. Give them. Come on. Oh my God. Jimothy. Probably shouldn't be scrolling, but this run is just, I love it. I'm screaming. They thought they were rescuing a dog. It was a raccoon. Oh. Oh. Oh, what a good doggy. That's like when little kids will call everything a dog. A doggy. You're like, that's not a dog. Nope, that is not a dog. A dog with the same syndrome has an IG account. Tilly the friendly loaf. Shut up. Shut up. Tilly the friendly loaf. Oh my gosh. God damn it. One of these days I have to figure out my Instagram login so I can log in. Tilly the friendly love. Look at her from the back. I can't. Kartik, I'm not clicking on that because I know it's either it's the gnome or it's the pipe. I know. Have you seen the little girl trying to pet a bear saying, "Can I pet that dog?" No. Kids are so stupid. Like, can I pet that? That's a doggy. That's a dog. No, that is not a dog. Can I pet that dog? No, you can't. No, you cannot.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog?
The increase in volume and also accent. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Oh my God.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
You
Can I
no.
pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? She just wants to pet that dog. Let her pet that dog. She wants to pet that dog. She just wants to pet that dog. Wait, this audio is from a different video? Hold on a second. Have I been bamboozled? Is this fake? No. No. It's not the OG. Okay, but it's the audio from the OG. There are many that use the same audio, but wrong vid. Oh.
But because there may be a new mythical creature.
Oh my God. We have a new segment on Jimothy. Okay, first, is this the original one?
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
You can go to sleep.
No, I can't go see because I need to talk this with that dog and I'm doing it right now.
No.
No, I can't go to sleep because I gotta pet that dog. You know, I totally get that. I also can't go to sleep until I pet that dog. Until we do big snugs, all the pets. Cannot go to sleep without it. I beg of you, look, I can't. It won't let me. I'm sorry.
In town.
Finding
Smaller. Small
Jimothy.
feet. Yeah. We're talking about a very odd looking.
Bro, you know that this is gonna be a movie with Seth Rogen voicing Jimothy.
Raccoon people are now calling Jimothy.
Jimothy.
Yeah, Cairo 7's Jack Bilyeu went looking for that creature. He joins us live in Ballard right now. So did you find him, Jack?
Zendaya as Beachy. Seth Rogen as Jimothy.
Well, we looked hard, but he did not turn up. Probably sleeping right now because
Yeah, or Chris
raccoons
Pratt.
are, after all, nocturnal. But
Chris fucking Pratt as Jimothy.
just because we didn't see him doesn't mean he's not out there, because
Crisp
he is
rat.
all over social media. Take a look. An Instagram post launched the animal into fame. It sits at more than 300,000 likes. Since then, other people have taken to the web to post their sightings of this animal. They called
Mothman on
Jimothy,
meth.
like
Thanks
this
for the
clip
10
of
months.
the raccoon walking around on someone's deck. We spoke to neighbors who are eager to soon
You know
have
what? Honestly, Jimothy is what I thought Sonic would look like IRL. Yeah, I'm with
a
that.
sighting of their own.
Kind of has some sort of physical abnormality. Kind of looks a little bit like a
Just lives in Ballard. Caught on camera. Lives in Ballard.
but very cute.
You know, I keep hearing that word about this cryptid. Tell me, What does that mean to you?
Yeah, kind
Wow,
of.
I feel like the reporter hit cryptid with a hard C. That felt with the hard tid. Felt like a slur.
Almost a little supernatural, kind of like Bigfoot or a Yeti or something, kind of becoming infamous really quickly.
Now, we reached out to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
The concept of Jimothy being like Bigfoot. I am with it.
About this animal. A spokesperson says,
How do you feel about these cryptids moving into the neighborhood?
it's not clear why it looks the way it does, but because it appears to get around just fine on its own, people should leave it alone and not feed it. Now, they also said you really shouldn't ever feed any raccoons. We'll let you know when they find out exactly what caused this, but people on...
I don't like this guy's vibe. I don't like anything about him. Okay? I don't like how he said. I don't like how he called Jimothy a cryptid. I don't like the way he said. I don't like the tone he struck. I don't like this it. This guy thinks he's better than Jimothy.
Online are saying that this could be a disorder called short spine syndrome. We brought that unofficial diagnosis to a professional veterinarian.
We have a
We'll
cryptid in chat
tonight at 6:15.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, cryptid, for having to experience the hatred rippling off this guy.
Evan Ballard, Jack Billiou, Cairo 7 News.
It looks like if a little kid drew a picture of a raccoon and it came to life.
But you be you, Jimothy, whatever you feel good with.
Yes, you fancy little gentleman. Jack, thanks.
I'm so tired of cryptophobia. Yes. Crypto, also like crypto. Many such uses for cryptophobia. If Jimothy lived in the time before handheld cameras and social media, he would 100% be a local urban legend of an alien or something that pops up in a mysterious animals video. I know. Like, did you see that? Did I see the raccoon with no tail? Walking around like a cryptid. Yeah, I did. It's like there's the one guy in town who has seen it. I seen it. They're like, oh yeah, old Larry who lives up the hill. He's seen it. It was 1959 and I seen it. It's real, I tell you. He has drawings all over the wall. It's like Quint and Jaws. Yes, Quint and Jaws. It's just one blurry Polaroid photo. He just keeps drawing it over and over again. Ian Somerhalder. Oh, yeah. What an Ian Somerhalder jump scare. This fucking guy was on Fox News talking about how he's left Hollywood and how it's so divisive and yada, yada, yada. Mind you, motherfuckers out here liking RFK Jr.'s posts. It's like, no, dude, you left Hollywood because you don't get cast anymore. Okay, we know how this works. Your career is not what it was. So then you claim political strife and division. And of course, we know what that's code for. It means Hollywood's too woke. And then you're out here cheering on RFK Jr. and Make America Healthy Again. Like, the crazy thing is that Ian Somerhalder is now some environmentalist. He's got a documentary coming out and he's all about the environment. And he's Maha. This dumb fuck is Maha. He follows like RFK Jr. and all these psychos. Literally name a role of his other than Vampire Diaries. Aside from Lost, you can't. Who cares? honestly, Paul Wesley has been married more times than roles that I can name Ian Somerhalder starred in. And Paul Wesley's been married 3 times. Yeah. RFK is pro-beef agriculture, which is anti-environmentalism. I'm so tired of these losers, these washed up losers who just go on Fox News and say the same boring shit, whether it's Rainn Wilson or Ian Somerhalder. It's like, y'all are just doing the same script. Do you think you're saying something that the rest of you washed up losers haven't said a million times? We get it. We get it. You're not famous like you used to be. You don't have the career that you had in the 2000s or in the 90s. Oh my God. Go do what other rich, go write a book. Go get a ghostwriter for your memoir. You're so boring. You're so boring going on Fox News and being like, yeah, you know how it is in Hollywood. Rob Schneider, Jim Brower playbook over the last decade. All of them. It's the same playbook. Go to conventions. Yes. Go meet the fans at conventions. Okay. I'm sure you still got some. Don't they still get money from residuals? Yes. All these people just want to rant about how the vaccine ruined their careers. Like, honey, no, it's just you that did that. They want to attribute the lack of opportunities now in their lives rather than it be the norm for how the industry is. You mean an industry that prioritizes like who's the hottest, youngest, newest, coolest thing on the market? You mean an industry where most people, if they are lucky enough, if they are hashtag blessed to get to work as professional actors, do not have the don't have the sustained careers that the top tippity top have. 100. I remember when I moved to LA and the stat was something like 100. I don't know if this is true, but it was like 100,000 people move to LA every year to become actors. There are so many people who are trying to do this. And you're lucky that you got work when you did. And then now you're experiencing what most people in the industry do. And for a lot of them, they go do other things, okay? Maybe they'll do a Hallmark movie, right? Maybe they'll do a little Lifetime. Maybe they pull in Eric Roberts and they're in 800 fucking things a year because that man's like, I'll take whatever I could get. But no, you're never going to star on a CW show ever again because the CW doesn't even really exist anymore, okay? Things have changed. Yeah, they'll go be real estate agents. Maybe they'll go be entertainment lawyers. They'll go get ghostwriters. They'll go whatever. They'll go like farm crystal daddies like David Borneas. Like they are doing stuff, which David is weird, but you know what I'm saying. Is he trying to get cast by Taylor Sheridan? I do wonder if they do that as a way to kind of signal, hey, I'm on your side. Fuck these wokies. I'm one of the unbrainwashed ones. I really do wonder if it's like they do the Fox News stint one because they're all so egotistical and they just want to complain and they want to tribute their poor misfortunes to the excesses of woke culture, but also because they're maybe hoping that it gets them a job. Like, honestly, I think that's why, what's his name? Harold and the Purple Crayon. Zachary Levy. I didn't know him as Harold and the Purple. Mr. Harold and the Purple Crayon. I think not his real last name. Remember, not his real last name. I think he started doing the grifter thing because he was trying to find opportunities. He was like, hey, I am unwoke, so cast me. Stephen Amell's another one. Yeah, he sucks. That guy sucks. Did you guys see Kim Kardashian honoring her late grandmother MJ with a picture of feet? Did y'all see this? Because if there is one thing that Kim Kardashian's going to do, she is going to talk about being young and beautiful. And for anyone that knows my grandma knows she had the most young, beautiful feet in the world. I literally thought this was fake. When I first saw a screenshot going around Twitter, I went, nah. And I actually went on Instagram, went to her page, clicked on her Instagram stories, and went, oh, you really did post that in honor of Gram's Gam Gams. I mean, I will say, sure, the feet are looking younger than some of the other feet here, but just classic Kim. Classic Kim. You know that if there's a way to make your feet younger, Kim is going to find out. She is doing it if she hasn't already done it. Yeah. So anyone that knows MJ, who just died, knows that she had the most young, beautiful feet in the world. Kim Kardashian talking about beauty and youth, even in death. Like, what is going to be above her headstone? She was hot. What? Why are you so weird? Why are you genuinely unable to revolve around anything other than the aesthetics of beauty and youth? What is going to happen when this woman is in her 70s? Like, obviously, she's going to get the same facelift and whatever new tech there is that her mom got, but she is going to be 70. You know, it's wild to think about how MJ gave birth to really so much of the modern internet landscape. The structures of these social media platforms influenced by this woman giving birth to the Jenner clan. She will achieve transhumanism. She's going to become a cyborg. Yeah. Yeah. Losing my mind at the idea of being memorialized like she had the youngest feet. I know. It's so nuts. I sent that to my friend. His grandmother had just passed. And I said, I can't believe you didn't make this kind of post about your grandma. Did you even care? Hashtag RIP, hashtag feet. I can't believe you didn't post hashtag grippers for Gram. Where's the wiki feet? Where's the 10 out of 10? He goes, her last wish was to hit a 10 out of 10 on wiki. Oh, God, it's so whack. Kim, you're a freak. Why? Hashtag grippers for... Okay, to be clear, my friend said that one. I can't even take credit for that hashtag. Hashtag grippers for Gram. That was my friend's response. He is literally attending his grandma's funeral this weekend. Said, well, you better make sure you put up a sign, hashtag grippers for Gam. Did you see MSG is suing Wired? I did see that. Yep. MSG is suing Wired for their reporting, their very accurate reporting on Madison Square Garden's surveillance system. Jim Dolan being a freak. Yep. Wait, everyone was calling Mark Fierstein evil Austin Show? No. Austin Show cannot catch a break. Oh no.
A lot of work in LA trying to get scripts to reflect a positive Jewish
Ace, thank you for the gifted
experience, a positive Jewish narrative. Describe that work that you're doing in LA.
Oh, well, you know, it's funny. I mean, how do you get in that, you know, what's good for the Jews? Because it's so nuanced. Is this show good for the Jews?
What?
I'm just going to do this kind of quickly.
I'm so what? Oh, Datoon, thank you for the raid. Is Carol accounted for? I don't know. She's an independent lady. Who am I to keep her down? Who am I? What do you mean, where is she? I actually don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's who Farley was barking at last night from 3 to 6 in the morning. Always Zionists saying the Jews in a strange generalizing way. Yeah, I also saw a clip of our fave, Michael Rappaport, who was talking in a very very anti-Semitic way to explain why he doesn't get cast. I'm like, you guys are always doing anti-Semitism. You're always making things so fucking weird.
But it's a great story that this guy who was the producer of Royal Pains shared with me when Susan.
Like, also, who cares about Mark for what he did? Royal Pains. Okay. Why does it feel like this is the new, you know what it is? We were just talking about this. Also, Datoon, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I hope you're well. I hope your community is well. I hope y'all are having a great evening. It's what we were just talking about with Ian Somerhalder and these celebrities who go on Fox News and cry about woke Hollywood, and that's why they don't get cast anymore. This is a part of it. This it's all the same thing, right? It's now saying anti-Semitism is why I, Deborah Messing, am no longer having a flourishing career. And it's like, no, man, your career was done. Okay, your career was fucking over. Your career, you got a second chance in the 2010s doing what was that show? It's really, really bad. Smash. Smash was Deborah Messing's like second go at it. And it was a fucking disaster. I think it was actually one of the most unsuccessful network TV shows. Like, it was so brutally bad, and that sticks with you. You are seen as no longer marketable. So she still gets things here and there. You know, she did a role in Searching in 2018, whatever. But that's the reality of the industry, okay? There's Zendaya and Timothy Chalamet and Leo DiCaprio and Nicole, like the same, it's very small group of people who are at the tippy top. And for everyone else, you have your heyday, and then that's how it goes. You just kind of no longer you're no longer at the heights of your fame and your career. That's it. But no.
Susan Harris submitted the script for The Golden Girls to NBC. Brandon Tartikoff, one of the great executives, said we're not making this. It's too Jewish, which is an issue. And so Susan Harris, who is the mother of Sam Harris, the podcaster, who I'm sure many in the room love, Susan Harris just changed the last names of every woman in the show, added a vowel.
No, actually, Sam Harris is a total piece of shit. That guy is so goddamn Islamophobic. If you remember, he is one of the people in that Bill Maher clip that got passed around a lot because Ben Affleck takes them to task. Ben Affleck is the only one, I think it's a group of 4 of them, who is not being Islamophobic and is calling them out on it. So that's who Sam Harris is.
They were now Italian, sent the script back, and he goes, I love it. Yeah. We're doing it. We're making the Golden Girls, which is crazy. And even like Everybody Loves Raymond, which is an incredible show about Phil Rosenthal's Jewish family. They're the Barones. You know, it's Ray Romano, and they're the Barones. So we made a show, 9JKL, loosely based on my New York Jewish family.
Okay, no. This is fucking bullshit. What? Netflix has a show called Nobody Wants This, and it is by Sarah Foster, who is David Foster's daughter, very Zionist, very pro-Israel, and it is a show with explicitly Jewish characters. One of them's a rabbi, and that show has been nominated and won Emmys. It's very popular. Shut the fuck up, Mark. You are a whiny crybaby. Oh my God, you are such a privileged piece of shit. This is the same org that openly says they won't book speakers who are critical of Israel, so he's in the right place to be saying all this. Of course, that's why he says, I'm sure you guys love Sam Harris.
Linda Lavin and Elliot Gould playing my parents. There was no question we were Jewish. Lasted a year. Okay, I don't know. Maybe we should have been Italian. I did recently sell a show that I'm going to write with my writing partner for Fox that I will star in, and for sure.
Oh, so you do have a show. Oh, okay.
My character will be Jewish, will wear a Jewish star. Another story about that is,
Agency.
Like I shared with you that story about Juliana Margulies when she was doing The Good Wife.
Oh, yeah, another insane racist.
The costume designer walked out and put...
Just want to remind folks at this venue, the 92nd Street Y canceled an event. Yes, I remember this, with novelist Viet-Thanh Nguyen in October 2023 because of his anti-genocide stance. Yes, I remember
cross on her for the
this
first,
guy's a
for the
royal
pilot.
pain.
And she said, excuse me, why am I wearing this? Oh, no, I just thought it would look good on... She's like, well, it would look just as good, Magen David. So she wore a Jewish star instead to represent.
I am so sick and tired of these privileged, whiny, revisionist assholes. I am tired of them. I'm so sick, but we do have to watch this insane
my last name. Okay. I've never been hesitant about being Jewish. I've always been.
You guys, I don't care who leaked what, who's dating who. If you're in here, if you're coming in here because you think that's big news or that's something that matters, it doesn't.
Proud to be Jewish. I, to be totally honest,
this guy
have only played one role that was quote unquote Jewish. I have lost roles or not gotten roles, I'd say 5 or 6 times from things that I felt like I was right for and qualified for because they said, you don't seem Jewish enough. You don't seem Jewish. Now, everybody knows I'm Jewish now, but in Hollywood, the presentation is dark hair, bent over.
No, dude, it's because the best thing you ever did was getting ripped apart by a shark in Deep Blue Sea. So anti-Semitic here too.
Big nose and Keeling.
When you came in, when
he's doing the merchant stereotype, he's doing anti-Semitism. Listen to him.
Is, but in Hollywood, the presentation is dark hair, bent over, big nose and Keeling.
when you came in Hollywood, you weren't typecast, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think that people don't think that 6'3", blonde-haired. Now it's a little gray. Don't tell anybody. But blonde-haired, strawberry blonde, 6'3" Jews exist, and that's why when I would audition or
Oh my God. He's just too masculine and hot to be Jewish. He's literally like, I'm such a Chad that they didn't perceive me as Jewish, so I didn't get cast. There's so many different ways he has been anti-Semitic in just this 1 minute clip. What the fuck?
meet for role, they'd be like, he doesn't seem Jewish enough. I'm like, what are you talking? I'm 99.9 Ashkenazi. I took the test with the spit and everything.
Meanwhile, there are plenty of famous working actors in Hollywood who people are always surprised to find out are Jewish. Because unlike Michael Rappaport's very anti-Semitic caricature he just expressed here of the presentation of Jews, Jewish people don't all look Jewish as he would describe here. This is him describing the Zionist rebrand of Jewish identity for Israel too. He's so stupid. He is he's so insufferable. He's so stupid. And this is his ticket. I mean, this is the same thing as like washed up losers. Kevin Sorbo, what's his name? Superman. That was his biggest. Dean Cain. Thank you. Dean Cain, Kevin Sorbo, those guys who say that they were kicked out of Hollywood or that they don't have opportunities because they're conservatives, because they don't go along with woke liberal Hollywood. That's this, right? It's just right-wing losers who are crying about being victims. Also, the thing is that there are open Zionists in Hollywood who get cast. Gal Gadot was a fucking IDF soldier. Gal Gadot, who's been raising money for the IDF and is a terrible actress. Some say maybe the worst. Some people say that they hated her forever. Get out of my way. My grievance with Hollywood is a chance at relevance again. Yeah, that's how they look at it. They're like, oh, this is the way for me to get attention. Because, as I've explained a lot, when people get a taste of fame, whether they have a moment that goes viral or they're in the influencer world or they are actors, etc. When they get that taste of fame, it's like a drug, and they will stop at nothing to remain relevant, aka Spencer Pratt running to be mayor, also wanting to use the office to personally enrich himself, but he saw the opportunity to reignite the conversation around Spencer Pratt. They chase the dragon, and that is one thing that they say when you're doing drugs you shouldn't do. If you take Molly, do not chase the dragon. Do not keep trying to get back the role that you experience, because you will empty everything out. You will become devoid of feeling. Do not chase the dragon. But these losers have seen politics, whether it is whether, right-wing politics in this country, which includes Israel and Zionism, woke culture, etc., as an opportunity to be constantly in our faces saying the most asinine crybaby shit. We need a line read from you.
And enough champagne to fill the Nile.
And enough champagne to fill denial. And enough champagne. And enough champagne. Yeah, Gal Gadot. Champagne.
To fill the Nile.
And enough champagne to fill the Nile. Kal-El, no. Give me the stone. Thank God there is a better version of that movie. Thank God. In my opinion, religious fundamentalism is always extorted by the individuals who would throw them under the bus. Understanding and perception and thus perspectives need to change. I say protect all faiths, including the warring Abrahamic fundamentalism. Make sure you protect yourself from them. Clearly we see as blind fundamentalism has a... No, the thing is that they're not even religious fundamentalists. Matthew Michael, fuck him. Rappaport. He is a grifter and a racist. He's a racist grifter. He's an opportunist. He doesn't care about religion. He doesn't actually have any as twisted as it would be. He doesn't have like religious principles, nothing. No, they use religion as a vehicle for the grift. They use religion as a vehicle for fascism, for providing cover for fascism, because Zionism is a fascist ideology and political project. It is fascism, and they hide behind anti-Semitism. They hide behind religion, saying, "Oh, they hate us because we are religiously persecuted." It's bullshit. It's like the Christian persecution complex. Oh, this trans professor gave me a 0 because the professor is trans and because I wrote an essay about how God says that there are no trans people, and they gave me a 0, not because the essay was the worst fucking thing ever, an actual crime committed against literature, but because that professor had an agenda. I am a Christian and I am highly persecuted, and here's the evidence. And an example of how persecuted I am is that the university fired said professor because trans people have all the power, but not us persecuted Christians. She tried to launch a media career but it did not succeed. Yes, she tried. She did not. She was not a good grifter. Her mother, though, he openly says he takes money for Michael Rappaport takes money for anti-Hassan tweets. Well,
and enough champagne to fill the
Nile.
Kal-El, no.
It's actually so embarrassing for you, Michael Rappaport, that you can't get opportunities, but Gal Gadot, who is terrible, all around terrible, does.
Max Lord, you're putting yourself and everyone else in grave danger. I need you to give me the stone.
What did
you say?
So exciting. Very interested to find the men who bought those.
Why should I help you?
Because we're asking you nicely.
Just tell me what it costs to get her away from me. Name a price. I'll buy the whole damn boat if I have to.
Who are you?
This is honestly the kind of stuff that they show you in acting school as what not to do, as false, right? This rings so hollow. This is so false. This is what you should not do as an actor.
The Pressu of Hestia compels you to reveal the truth. Now, who are you?
But who?
Enough.
I said enough. As Amazons, this is our duty.
You have no idea what kind of power you're dealing with.
And enough champagne
to fill the Nile.
I do better acting in my sleep when I sleep talk. My acting is better than that when I am fucking sleeping. As an IOF soldier, she is unfamiliar with genuine human emotion. Enough champagne to fill the Nile. Unfortunately, this compilation's also her best deliveries. Yes. Yup. She needs to take lessons from crying British man with dead daughter. He is acting circles around her ass. The favorite Wonder Woman film fact is that they made every other Amazon actress adopt an Israeli accent because Gal can't do anything else. Yes, you're like, why is Robin Wright using a vaguely Euro accent? I don't know what this is. It's because they made all the actresses adopt at least close enough to an Israeli accent. Like, oh. I think as unlikely as it is, I think Rappaport is a slightly better actor than Gal Gadot. As unlikely as it seems, it might have to be in part because he gets typecast as the angry Bostonian redhead, which is who he is. Yeah, he plays the one role that he is in real life very well. An angry Boston asshole. A real joik. David Ehrlich's Wonder Woman review on Letterboxd aged so poorly. You know, love David Ehrlich, friend of the show. Friend of the show. Respect the hell out of that man. Do not agree with all of his takes. Do not agree with quite a few reviews, but he's a good egg. I separate the art from the artist. Rappaport is from NYC. Don't put that evil on us. My bad. Yeah, you know what? His character in Fallout was perfect. A cowardly asshole and got ripped apart by, what, a bear? A machine that was a bear? Died a very slow death. Yeah. I do love that 2 Michael Rappaport performances. He gets ripped apart. Yup. Killed by a Yao Guai. A Yao Guai. Yes. You showed better acting chops here. Oh, yes. You shaved your bush. Enough champagne to fill denial. You shaved your bush. Oh, no. Obsession spoilers. Obsession spoilers. You shaved your Kal-El, you shaved your bush. What? No. How could it be? Why? Bush shaved. No. Please. Oh, no. Give me the bush. Give me the shaved bush. Stars and scars. Thank you for the 5 months. I did see the Taco Bell update. We want you to hear it from us. We take your health and safety seriously and have removed all affected Taylor Farms lettuce from Taco Bell stores. So go ahead and enjoy your Taco Bell today. You always got us. We always got you. See you in the drive-thru. They're like, yes, you can get the regular diarrhea, but we are protecting y'all from the irregular diarrhea. We got you. Because you got us. And that's beautiful. That is so fucking beautiful. Let's fucking shit. Taco Bell is back on the menu, baby. Back on the menu. See you on the drive-thru. Come on. My mother, let me tell you something. She thought Taylor Farms was a local, like, mom and pop organic little supplier. And I went, no, girl. That's called, I would say, a form of, like, not exactly corporate washing as we know it, but it's marketing. It's marketing to make you not think they are a massive global corporation, which they are. They are by far and away the largest global supplier of lettuce and healthy foods. It's very deliberate. Yeah, blew her mind. She's like, oh, but I always saw them at Whole Foods. I went, oh, Whole Foods owned by Amazon? Little local grocery store Whole Foods with little local organic Taylor Farms produce. Farm to table. She went, oh my God, those snakes. My mom loves to use the word snakes. She's like, those snakes. I'm like, yes, they are snakes. But she just discovered them. Yes, that makes sense that my mom thought that, considering she's claimed to have discovered Billie Eilish and other globally famous superstars who have multiple Grammys. Do you know this Billie Eilish up-and-comer? And then when Billie Eilish sold out. Yeah. That they charge 3 times more for compared to Taylor Farms lettuce at Walmart. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Isn't that funny how that works? Your mom did discover Billie Eilish. I know I should stop taking that from her. Okay, y'all, let's talk about an Irish queen. In fact, the first Irish actress to win an Oscar. And that would be one Miss Brenda Fricker. And Brenda Fricker passed. Brenda Fricker passed right after we lost Sam Neill, after we lost Bonnie Tyler. We've lost a Welsh queen, a New Zealand king, and now an Irish legend.
Harris has described Brenda Fricker as one of Ireland's most celebrated and cherished actors and said that the country has lost a national treasure. Jim Sheridan, who directed My Left Foot, described her as being vibrant and full of life and said
she was recently ranked on the Irish Times as number 26 on their list of the greatest Irish film actors of all time.
Took no prisoners. The Lord Mayor of Dublin has opened a book of condolences for the late actress, who had been due to receive the freedom of the city of Dublin before her death.
Many Oscar winners settle in Hollywood. Brenda Fricker chose Dublin's Liberties, a place where she was well known and well loved.
As long as I'm here, anyway, I'm here over 30 years in business here, so yeah, well before that. So yeah, she's just a lovely, very mild-mannered lady, you know, until you got the wrong side of her, and then you know all about it.
She passed my door nearly every day, and she used to always go into Jack Roach for her vegetables, and I used to talk to her. Lovely person. That's
lovely.
The truth. Lovely person, and she loved her dog.
A regular at the local hair salon till ill health meant she got her hair cut at home. And yes, those stories about the Oscar were true.
I seen it. I said, Brenda, is that what I think it is? And it was holding the door open. It's like a door stopper or Oscar. Yeah.
You know, I think it's of note that actors who come from outside of the United States tend to not want to stay in Hollywood. They tend to prefer to reside in the place that they came from, whether that was Sam Neill in New Zealand or Brenda Fricker in Ireland. And it says a lot about Hollywood.
Appreciated the local cuisine, and visiting stars were looked after with fine wines and a fish supper.
She'd have some
fish
celebrities coming over
supper.
from England, and she'd have her bottles of champagne, the real good stuff, with fish and chips. So obviously it goes, well, champagne doesn't just go with all the high-class stuff.
She's also remembered for her humour and kindness.
She
God, I
was
love the Irish.
mischievous. She was intensely curious. She could be incredibly grumpy, but on a good day, she was the best company. And she was somebody who, you know, if you got her to laugh, you earned that laugh, but you went home smiling, knowing that you'd actually made one of, I think, Ireland's greatest kind of actors amused.
As the world remembers the star, the Liberties mourns one of their own. Coleman O'Sullivan, RTE News.
Oh, Brenda. I think the way that
Simon Harris has
the way
described
that she's described here is what made people fall in love with her on screen. Brenda Fricker, who most of y'all may know primarily from being the pigeon lady in Home Alone 2, or her appearance as her role as Christy Brown's mother in My Left Foot, which she won the Oscar for, or perhaps as the mother in So I Married an Ex-Murderer, which we did for film class one night, or perhaps the foster mother in Angels in the Outfield. You may notice a theme here. She had this amazing maternal warmth, which, in contrast to what she went through in her personal private life, which is very devastating, she tried to have a child and ended up miscarrying, I think, 6 or 7 times. So I don't think that she ever ended up having a child, but she exuded still this real maternal warmth, which came across in the roles that she was best known for. Yeah, it's really sad. But she was really amazing. And I think the first thing I remember seeing her in is Home Alone 2.
Sorry. So, do you bring your friends up here?
I haven't got many friends.
Oh, sorry.
I'm like the birds I care for. People pass me in the street. They see me, but they try to ignore me. They prefer I wasn't part of their city.
Yeah, it's sort of like that with my family. I'm kind of the pigeon of the house, just because I'm the youngest.
Everyone fights for position.
She had a very
Everybody wants
abusive
to be
mother,
seen
yes.
and heard.
I guess so. I'm seen and heard pretty much. But then I get sent to my room a lot, too.
We lost the wrong Home Alone 2 cast member. Ain't that the fucking truth? How did you take a person who appeared in Home Alone 2 and it's Brenda Fricker?
I wasn't always like this, you know.
Oh, what were you like before?
I had a job. I had a home. I had a family.
Did you have any kids?
No.
Gotta get a new Grim Reaper.
Oh, I wanted them.
Oh, you know, there are moments when, obviously, depending on if you went to a certain acting school or studied a certain acting method, maybe a combination of methods, okay, maybe that changes your approach to performance. But there are moments when things I know from an actor's personal life, and then parts of their characters, parts of like a character that they play or lines of dialogue, I always wonder if they are pulling from the personal experiences that parallel lines of dialogue or moments in their character's life. And in this instance, as I said, Brenda Fricker went through a lot of loss in the many miscarriages that she had with her husband, who died in, they divorced in 1988. She had become pregnant 6 times, but each pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. And yeah, I don't know. When I was acting, one of the schools I went to, my teacher was very into pulling from your own emotional experiences to connect to the words on the page. And we would have to start off with like, sometimes it was too much. Sometimes it felt like it was just therapy for some people. It's like, no, you should actually go to therapy. Acting class should not be your therapy. Acting class is great and it can be very emotionally releasing, but go to therapy as well. But we would do these exercises sometimes and people would open up about like experiences that they had or real feelings they were feeling. And then my teacher would be like, and now go into the work, go into the scene, go.
But the man I loved fell out of love with me.
Like this part here.
That broke my heart. And whenever... I wasn't always like this, you know.
Oh, what were you like before?
I had a job. I had a home. I had a family.
Did you have any kids?
No. Oh, I wanted them. But the man I loved fell out of love with me. That broke my heart. And whenever the chance to be loved came along again, I ran away from it. I stopped trusting people.
No offense, but that seems like sort of a dumb thing to do.
Fucking Kevin.
I was afraid of getting my heart broken again. You see, sometimes you can trust a person, and then when things are down, they forget about you.
Maybe they're just too busy. Maybe they don't forget about you, but they forget to remember you. I don't think people mean to forget. I think it just happens. My grandfather says, my head wasn't screwed on, I'd leave it on the school bus.
I'm just afraid if I do trust someone, I'll get my heart broken again.
I understand that. I used to have this really nice pair of rollerblades. I was afraid if I wore them, I'd wreck them. So I kept them in a box. Did you know what happened?
This is why they forgot you, Kevin.
I outgrew them. I never wore them once outside. I just wore them in my room a couple times.
A person's heart and a person's feelings are very different than skates.
She's like, listen, you dumb
Well,
fuck.
they're kind of the same thing. If you aren't going to use your heart, then what's the difference if it gets broken? If you just keep it to yourself, maybe it'll be like my rollerblades. When you do decide to try
that's kind of tea.
it won't be any good.
It's kind of tea.
You should take a chance. Got nothing to lose.
But a truth in there somewhere.
I think so. Your heart might still be broken, but it isn't gone. If it was gone, you wouldn't be this nice.
Thank you. Do you know that it's been a couple of years since I've talked to anybody?
That's okay. You're really good at it. You're not boring. You don't mumble or spit when you talk. You should do it more often. I think you just have to wear an outfit that doesn't have pigeon poop on it.
Oh, I have been working very hard at keeping people away, haven't I?
I always think I'll have a lot of fun if I'm alone. But when I'm alone, it isn't that much fun at all. I don't care how much people bug me sometimes. I'd rather be with somebody than by myself.
So what are you doing running around the streets on Christmas Eve on your own? Did you get into trouble?
Yeah,
You've done something wrong?
a lot of things.
Did you know that a good deed erases a bad deed?
It's getting pretty late. I don't know if I'll have enough time to do all the good deeds I need to erase all the bad ones I did.
Well, it's Christmas Eve. Good deeds count for extra tonight.
They do?
Of course they do. So what you must do now is you must think of the most important thing that you can do for others and go and do it. Just follow the star in your own heart.
Okay. It's getting pretty late. I better get going.
I mean, look, this is the heart and soul of Home Alone 2. Okay, she's in Home Alone, the first one, it's the old man with the shovel, right? Oh, he's so scary. Oh, legend has it that he killed his family, blah, blah, blah. That's that connection, the relationship he forms with Kevin, that is such a beautiful moment in the first movie. And then to see how Kevin's words, this 8-year-old who's wise beyond his years, how his words encourage the old man in the first movie. And then in the second film, it's the scary pigeon lady who's actually not so scary. And she's a human being who's experienced a lot of loss and a lot of pain, but still has the capacity to love. And Kevin, 8-year-old Kevin's got a reminder.
I don't see you again. Hope everything turns out okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell the birds I said goodbye.
What?
I will.
I don't know what that is. I don't remember that being in the movie.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. If you need somebody to trust, it can be me. I won't forget to remember you. Don't make promises you can't keep.
Thank you, Bliss Silly. Bliss Silly, thank you. Thank you for giving us those last couple of lines of dialogue. Maybe for DMCA reasons. I don't know. All I know is this was the only version of this scene I could find. I wanted to play this scene for y'all in our Brenda Fricker tribute. That was the only one I found on YouTube. And surprise, little fun thing at the end there. Lovely. Okay. So then so that is Home Alone 2, which came out in 1992. Wild. For some reason, I always thought there's a bigger gap between Home Alone and Home Alone 2, but Kevin looks the same. So I don't know why I would have thought that, but that came out in 1992. But before that was My Left Foot. And this is after Brenda Fricker had done a lot of film, or a lot of smaller film and TV roles, mostly in like British television. But then 1989, she plays Daniel Day-Lewis's mother in My Left Foot. Here's a clip from that film. So if you don't know this film, it is one that Daniel Day-Lewis won one of his Oscars from, and it is a film that is based on a real life person, Christy Brown. He's an Irish man who's born with cerebral palsy. And yes, obviously looking at this through a modern lens, right? Daniel Day-Lewis playing a man with cerebral palsy, a little tricky. But the film won, or it was nominated for a bunch of Oscars, and it won. Daniel Day-Lewis won for best actor, and Brenda Fricker won for best supporting actress. What's the age difference between them? Let's see.
What do you think you're doing?
The age difference is 8 years, I think.
Building a room for you.
Don't be mad.
Maybe if you have a room of your own, I'll start painting again.
You have my heart broken, Christy Brown. Sometimes I think you are my heart. Look, if I could give you my legs, I would gladly take yours. What's wrong with you, Christy?
I'm sorry, Mom.
Yes, he went method, as he always does. So famously, Daniel Day-Lewis, method actor, he stays in character for the entirety of the production. And in this case, it meant he refused to do anything that Christy Brown could not do. And Christy Brown only had, I actually don't, was it actually left foot or did they do that for the film? I don't know. I don't know if that was real life where he could only use his left foot. But in the film, he can only use his left foot. That's the body part that he has full control over. And so he learns to write and do other things using his left foot. That's hence the title. So during the filming, he refused to do anything that Christy could not do, which meant that members on the film set, crew members, had to move him around in a wheelchair. They had to feed him. They had to lift him over obstacles. He stayed in character the entire time. You mean John Marco? This is the scene that John Marco method. Yes, John Marco method acted this, got a class, went to a restaurant playing this. Yes. John Marco tells the story on the first episode of Fear And he does that I was on. It's right foot in the book. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I think they switched the feet. I don't know. My left, maybe that sounds better. My left foot. I don't know.
What in the name of God is going on here?
Chrissy and me's building a room.
Is there building a room?
Yep.
Did you see the Robert Pattinson interview on method acting? Yes.
Ah, Christy, you may be a great painter, but you'll never be a brickie.
Fair play to you, missus. Right, lads. You bring in some more bricks. Mix up a bit of muck. Bring me in me level, will you? Brown and Son contractors are on the job.
Okay, so then we have the 1990 Oscars.
You may think our next presenter is here because he won last year's award for Best Supporting Actor for A Fish Called Wanda.
This was the year that Driving Miss Daisy won Best Picture. Morgan Freeman driving around Jessica Tandy, who became the oldest Best Actress winner.
But you're wrong. He's here because he's the producer's nephew. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the producer's nephew, Academy Award winner, Mr. Kevin Kline.
God, I love Billy Crystal.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Academy. Thank you, distinguished guests, nominees, Uncle Gil.
Do you know, okay, interesting thing that happens when an actor has a very prominent voice acting career as well. Despite all the other work they do, I see them as the character for whom they voice act for. And it's because it's their voice that connects you to it, right? So Kevin Kline in Bob's Burgers, Billy Crystal has done a lot of voice acting, but namely Mike Wazowski. And it's because it's not actually the actor on screen, it's their voice. So when I hear the voice, I see the animated character that they voiced.
Although the first Academy Awards were presented in May 19th, on May 19th in 1929, it wasn't until 8 years later that Best Supporting Acting Awards were finally given. From 1937 up until this very moment, there have been 107 Oscar recipients for supporting roles. I'm very proud to be here to help add another name to that most distinguished list, if I do say so myself.
So remember, too, this is the year that Driving Miss Daisy beat Do the Right Thing. So this is considered a controversial Oscar win. because Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing was very groundbreaking. And Driving Miss Daisy, even in 1990, feels outdated. So it was one of those where even when it happened, it wasn't even necessarily in hindsight. When it happened, people were like, what? Driving Miss Daisy, this feels like a movie from 1950.
This year, the nominees for Best Supporting Actress are Brenda Fricker
And
in
then
My
Green
Left
Book
Foot.
won against another Spike Lee movie. Spike being like,
Angelica Houston in Enemies, a
we
love
still
story.
have something in
Lena Olin in Enemies, a love story. Julia Roberts in Steel Magnolias.
film class.
Diane Wiest in Parenthood.
Isn't it fun to see which movies we've done for film class pop up when we're watching, say, an old Oscar clip after somebody has passed?
And the Oscar goes to Brenda Fricker in My Left Foot.
Wow. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing because she is also someone who never meant to be an actor. She wanted to be a journalist and then somehow kind of stumbled her way into acting, started with small projects in the 70s and the 80s. And then again, 1989 is when she really reached critical acclaim because of My Left Foot. And then wins the Oscar and becomes the first Irish actress to do so. It's a reverse you. It's kind of sad I never knew she was an Oscar winner. Only knew her as Pigeon Lady. Well, now you know.
I don't believe this. I'd like to make a private thank you to MAINE and Des and Ina Burke. And I'd like to thank every single member of the crew who worked on My Left Foot, who created an atmosphere of fun and love and hard work.
I thought the
I'd like
Oscar
to
was
thank
for her
Christy
role as
Brown,
Pigeon Lady.
just for being alive. I'd like to thank Mrs. Brown, his mother. Anybody who gives birth 22 times deserves one of these, I think. I'd like to thank Jim Sheridan and Shane Connaughton for the best script I've ever been involved in. I'd like to thank Noel Pearson for producing the film and Jim Sheridan for just being the most incredible director. And the members of the Academy for giving me this, which I will take very proudly with me back to Ireland. Thank you.
God, I love that that Irish accent. It's so magical. It really is. It was fun helping Daniel to the toilet when he stayed in character the entire time. Does anybody know? I actually didn't know this one, so I had to look it up. Does anybody know the first Irish actor to win an Oscar? It happened long before 1990. It was 1944. I would die if anyone actually knew this without looking it up. 1944, in the film Going My Way. Anybody? Anyone? Bueller? Barry Fitzgerald was the first Irish actor to win an Oscar, but Cillian Murphy actually made history because he was the first, I don't really understand this, Irish-born actor. How does that work? Cillian Murphy, first Irish-born actor. Yeah, according to Irish Australian Sport Association, makes history as the first Irish born. I'm like, wait, where were the other ones born? Wait a second. Is this Well, you're an Irish lady not born. Yeah, but Brenda, oh. Oh. It's because the other two were Dubliners. I see. Yeah. Northern Ireland versus Ireland. All right, whatevs. This is ball beyond my knowledge. Okay, next one that I'm going to show you, next clip here is from film we watched for film class, So I Married an Axe Murderer. You may not have realized at the time when we watched this film that that was Brenda Fricker, aka Pigeon Lady in Home Alone 2. Heed.
Hello?
Hi!
We're in here, son!
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Willie, how's it going? All right, give your mother a kiss or I'll kick your teeth in.
Hi. Hey! Did you happen to see the most beautiful girl?
Shut it!
If you did.
How you doing, Dad? I'm doing fine.
Come on, Charlie.
All right, away and go with your mother, all right?
That's how I feel whenever I sing.
And while you're there, why don't you try one of her bras on you, wee girl? Float away, you fairy!
Hey, Mom. I brought you guys a haggis.
Oh, that's sweet of you, son. Thank you. Oh, I haven't seen one of these for years. Oof, for years. Actually, I hate them. But your father will happily... Look at him. He's giving Tony all that Lyndon H. LaRouche rubbish again.
Well, it's a well-known fact, Sonny Jim, that there's a secret society of the 5 wealthiest people in the world, known as the Pentaverate.
Also, if you missed this when we watched it in film class, that is Mike Myers as well.
Who run everything in the world, including the newspapers,
Sound
and meet
like Shrek?
triannually at a secret country mansion in Colorado known as the Meadows.
So who's in this Pentaverate?
The Queen, the Vatican, the Gettys, the Rothschilds, and Colonel Sanders before he went tits up. Oh, I hated the Colonel with his wee beady eyes and that smug look on his face. Oh, you're gonna buy my chicken. Oh.
Dad, how can you hate the Colonel?
Because he puts an addictive chemical in his chicken that makes you crave it fortnightly, smart arse.
Interesting.
Cuckoo. Charlie, would you like a juice? Look at what I've brought myself. A juice tiger.
A juice tiger.
A juice tiger. I juice everything now.
I juice everything now. Oh, God, I love her. She's so awesome. Okay, and then throwback. Throwback, anybody? Anybody? A little TBT. Angels in the Outfield. 1994 family sports movie starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt before he became an annoying piece of shit trying to destroy the internet. But yes, a young JGL.
Nice kiss yesterday, babe. How did it feel? Or did it all happen so fast you don't even remember?
Also, young Matthew McConaughey.
Felt weightless, like somebody had me by the arms, Skip. How'd I do that?
Danny Glover.
It wasn't like a regular home, no. It felt like someone was swinging with me. Very strange. I could feel some added power coming from somewhere. It must have been those chili dogs I ate before the game. You know, that third one tasted kind of funny.
Chili dogs. I'm looking for Roger Bowman. Does he live here?
Yeah?
I'm George Knox from the California Angels. Roger won a photograph at last Friday's game.
Oh.
I'd really like to give him to him myself. You're Roger's mom?
Nope.
Aunt? Grandma?
No, we're not related. This is a short-term foster care facility. I run it. Roger is a ward of the state.
Oh. So Roger, he's got a
Do
wild
you see that Danny's been diagnosed with Alzheimer's? I didn't. That is sad.
imagination. Always making up stories.
No, actually.
That is sad.
He's very grounded. Fact is, most kids who are taken away from their parents by the court system have a good handle on reality.
I bet.
Real.
And if Mel Clark strikes him out, Cincinnati's in
They do be giving her a lot of unable to have her own kids role. Yeah. The mother figure, maternal figure, foster mom.
Want from him? Why are you really here?
Young fans, the league needs more. Roger? I got your pictures.
You know why? Also, because she had that vibe of she's at any moment can drop the dopest bit of wisdom you've ever, just knock you off your feet, you know, saying it so with just this real kind of resilient grit, right? Not a an overly dramatic person, just dropping kernels of wisdom.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were bringing them. Looks like a prison photo. Yeah.
Oh, you said you thought you saw something at the game.
Yeah, angels. Real ones.
Why do you think there would be real angels at the ball game?
Maybe because I prayed for them? Nothing you were doing was helping. I just figured it couldn't hurt.
Does he talk?
Of course he talks. He just doesn't like strangers.
Me either. I don't even like my friends. Are these angels you think you see, do you suppose they're coming back?
If they feel like it, I guess.
Oh, this is crazy. I must be losing it. Well, what I meant to say is, do you want to come to the game tomorrow? I have an open seat next to the dugout, and you can get your Aunt Maggie or whoever she is to come along.
I don't go to baseball games. But, yeah, you can go, Roger.
Can JP come too?
Okay.
Yay! Wait, I haven't seen this movie in a million years. Is it low-key religious? Or is it just kind of like a angels? We're the angels. Maybe the real angels were the friends we made along the way.
It's this great line.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I get it's Disney. It's the 90s. I don't remember it really pushing it, you know, not being like an attempt at Christian indoctrination. It's feel good preachy. That's what I was thinking. Okay. This is an interview.
Tommy, our guest.
This is an interview with Brenda Fricker on the Tommy Tiernan Show. This is a comedy series. I actually am not familiar with it, but I was looking for interviews with her, and I found this when I started watching it. And I was like, oh,
is
I have to go to the bathroom.
Brenda Fricker. Oh my God! Wow. Okay.
How are you?
How are you?
Good now.
I know, and you can't give me a hug.
No, I'd like to. You look like you'd be a good hug.
I'm watching you hugging. You're great. You nearly squeezed Michael D to death.
I was the one and only time I met you was at I think it was the 50 years of the Late Late Show or something like that. And I was saying to you that you had no memory of it, but my mother had a memory of living with you for a little while somewhere.
I knew that was going to be the first thing.
Yeah, but that was just my...
I was trying to have a conversation with you that night, but everybody was very crowded and messy, and I just tapped you on the shoulder, and you turned down and you said, every time you're on the television, my mother says, you lived in the Finchley Road. And I couldn't talk to you, and I kept saying, what's your mother's maiden name? And you were off chatting.
She would have been Helen O'Brien.
Doesn't ring a
from
bell.
Clonmel.
And I've done a bit of research on this since you said that, and I've kind of backtracked. And there was a bit of a lot of people were passing through that flat. A lot of we were very.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Where in the world are you these days? Where do you live?
The Liberties.
How come?
The Coombe. Because I bought a little cottage there years ago, and that's where I live.
Are you doing much work?
No.
For a long time, or?
Yeah, for about 10 years now.
How come?
A rest.
You wanted a rest?
Yeah.
Can you talk to me about that? What happened?
Well, people say you retire. We're actors are like boxers, you know, we retire.
Yeah.
I got a bit disenchanted at the way movies were going, the way they were being made.
So you will see in this interview, but Brenda, I would say obviously like a lot of people of the generation she was born in, but specifically Irish. Like there's a specific kind of Irish tragic existence, just hardships, real hardships. And this woman went through some real hardships, and she wrote a memoir last year. It's titled She Died Young, A Life in Fragments. And in the memoir, she opens up about the physical abuse that she experienced at the hands of her mother, that she was groomed by a teacher when she was a child, that she, at 14, spent 2 years in a hospital after being in an accident, that later she developed tuberculosis. She had made repeated suicide attempts, was put in psychiatric care, just a lot of harm that she had experienced, a lot of hardship she experienced in her life. But I think it's what also made her this very warm person who, as she was described by people who lived in the same town as her, she was lovely, you know, she was a lovely person. She was a person who had a deep sadness in her, but she lived all the way to 81, and she left behind a lot of really wonderful, warm, resilient performances.
Just
and I think that's who
pause.
she was.
Wow. Because a lot of people would never find themselves in a situation where they could afford to do that.
Well, I have no love of money. I don't. I live a very quiet life, well under the radar.
Yeah.
I drive a tiny car. I own a cottage. That's about it. So I don't need much money.
How do you pass your time?
Talking to the wall quite a bit. Talking to the dog. Writing poetry. Reading books.
Can you imagine if we had comedy shows like this in America? Can you imagine?
Watching television, like nothing different than anybody else does. Except being alone so much can make you talk to the wall a bit more than most people.
Yeah. How's the inside of your head?
So this is technically a comedy show. I was reading about him though, and he's very good. He's very good about not having the vibe be one necessary way. Like, it's Irish, right? They're Irish. This is how the Irish are. It's like sadness and humor. Being Irish is tragedy and having to laugh about how much goddamn tragedy there is. Just, that's the Irish experience. But anyway, so it's, yes, it is it's a comedy talk show, but it's Irish.
At this moment in time, it's, well, only yesterday, I think it was, I went to the doctor and he said, he's going to put you on stronger antidepressants. Because I am a bit of a recluse. We've just been talking about that. And the thing about staying inside by choice is fine. But the moment you're told to stay inside, you want to go out.
Yeah.
So I've learned from that because I wanted to go out. Because going out the front door can be a problem for me sometimes. So mentally, I suppose, I wouldn't say it's 100%, Tommy, but it's grand, you know.
Yeah. Are you sad? I mean, you seem very rooted in one way and very
Basically
calm.
in Bruges, yeah.
And you're, in a very strong way, holding eye contact with me. But I'm also getting... I can't believe that you might be sad, but are you?
Oh, yeah. Yes. I think sadness is almost necessary to have as an emotion. Because how else do you empathise? But then you look at a tree sometimes and you can get sad. I bet you get sad too.
So true.
Yeah, but it's usually turned on me. It's usually connected with a sense of failure.
I mean, you've more in your life to maybe fail at. I would be failing at much more minute things.
Yeah.
Like I drop a spoon on the floor, that kind of thing might make me sad. But I'm stepping back into the big word now, so I'm not sad when I'm working.
Yeah. People can have this prejudice about medication, you know, and I came across this great line by Leonard Cohen. It was, I'm living on pills for which I thank God.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Talking of pills, I'm on one pill that makes my mouth as dry as blotting paper, so I have to go around with little sweeties in my mouth. I'm not being rude. Would you like one?
No. I don't trust you.
You're right.
I'd be zonked.
See, this is
I wish
Irish
they weren't
as fuck.
tablets like that. They're not. They're not.
Like some kind of devious grandmother walking around giving drugs to people.
I'm not a grandmother. I promise you.
So what are the... Now you say the success of certain films, but even thinking back on, we'll say for one of them, from, you know, My Left Foot, you had the same characteristic in that as you do with Me Here Now, which is one of a kind of a dignified, strong, wounded silence.
I'm sorry to laugh, but when it's quite accurate in a way, yes.
And so at what point did you decide I need tablets just to fucking not be dead?
Well, I didn't really decide it. GPs ask you questions and I suppose they go along on your answers and they make a judgment on you and they say, well, take this or whatever. Yeah. And I do get very depressed, there's no doubt about that.
And were you ever hospitalised?
For what?
For depression?
Oh, Jesus, yes. Oh, yes. I was a regular up at St. Pat's before it was all posh like it is now. It was Dickensian, the old building. It was very difficult, but there was a wonderful Dr. Anthony Clare, I don't know if you know.
Oh, yeah.
He saved my life. He was brilliant with me. He really got me out of the mire.
Through counselling?
Absolutely. Just wonderful. Just a wonderful brain. And knowing you, could just get into you, do you know?
And what did he help you realise?
I just walked out happy when I was in his company. He made me feel good. He made me feel, I suppose, when you're that depressed, you don't feel... What's the word I'm looking for now? You don't feel too deeply respectful towards yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So that when you'd spend an hour or sometimes two with him, it was life-changing. Like, you'd go on for 2 or 3 days after that. Much better than any tablet, but you couldn't be doing that.
Would you be worried about going back to acting and being fit for it?
Well, you've done your acting.
Yeah, but...
I didn't see it, but I hear wonderful reports about you being in Sive.
But
so many stand-up comics are such good actors. They really are. I mean, going way back, they really are. I mean, I've worked now with people... Michael Myers, who was screaming to do a serious film and came over to Ireland and did one here.
people like Peter Sellers come to mind. Who
I mean,
was such a
exactly.
gifted performer.
But you've much more instinct for, I think, for audiences. You're faster, because of what you do.
Yeah.
I don't have that at all.
But are you worried about, like, so you're in the house and there's a rhythm of, there's a pace that comes with solitude. There's a pace that comes with medication. There's a pace that comes with, sadness. And then on set, lines. Lines and performance. So I'm asking you, are you concerned about being fit enough for that?
If we all decide, the agents and everything, that I'm going to do a play or a film or whatever, once that decision is made, I'm in control of myself. And I know exactly what to do.
Okay.
I know where the lights are. I know where the table is. I'm not going to fall over or anything. It's just up to me to add my interpretation and say the words that somebody else has written. It's not much artistry.
She was like, I may be sad, but I am high functioning sad. When I lock in, when I am on the stage, when I am, in front of the camera, I lock in.
It's just a trade, and I'm very happy doing that. Oh, yeah. Do you ever have a song in your pocket? Sorry.
Do you ever have a song in your pocket?
No, I love the way you say that to people.
Would you have a song in your pocket?
Would you have a song in your
She
pocket?
said, girl,
would you have a poem in your pocket?
Do you have a poem in your pocket?
I have a little poem in my pocket. No, I might not say it. I'm just saying that it's there.
Will you say it, please?
I mean, genuinely,
Genuinely, yeah.
Oh, dear. Well,
I genuinely appreciate the contrast of this interview to the types that would be conducted in mainstream media type spaces that just pretend human existence is when everything's okay. Reminds me of the discussion we had about the article on Jimmy Fallon. Bingo, bambo, Jimmy Fallon, who is the opposite of human. It is the opposite of the real conversation that you're having here.
But maybe you could guess who it's by. It's a very short one. To drift with every passion till my soul is a stringed lute upon which all winds can play. Is it for this I have given away mine ancient wisdom and austere control? Methinks my life is a twice-written scroll, scrawled over on some boyish holiday with idle tunes for pipe and virelay, which do but mar the secret of the whole. Surely there was a time when I might have trod the sunlit heights, and from life's dissonance struck one clear chord to reach the ears of God. Is that time gone? Lo, with a little rod, I did but touch the honey of romance. And must I lose the soul's inheritance?
What's that from?
I'm not telling you. You have to guess.
Wow.
She's Irish.
W.B. Yeats.
No. I was thinking of him. No, I didn't. No, you're in the right area now.
Yeah. Do they give Oscars for interviews? Because holy shit. Remember when people knew poetry? Remember when people would have a poem in their pocket? She just pulled that out of her pocket, the pocket being her mind. And we always get stereotyped as lazy drunks mostly through colonial propaganda. This is what being Irish is: introspection, emotional intelligence, and a deep care for the world outside your own. This is how my grandmother helped raise me. I'm forever grateful for her. It's probably because Brenda reminds me of her. As I said before, there's a lot of sadness in the world, but there's a special kind of Irish sadness, which is also what makes Irish people some of the funniest people on the planet. Like, just the sense of humor that was a necessity because of all the melancholy, because of all the hardships. And the Irish, they have been through some shit, a lot of shit. And it's why too they have a lot of empathy for other oppressed peoples in this world. And it's why too we always talk about like sad Irish eyes. Cillian Murphy's sad Irish eyes. God, I love sad Irish eyes because there's so much depth. You're like, there is so much going on here. And yes, it's that introspectiveness this quiet dignity. But also, like, if you grew up in an Irish family, you know that there's also Irish Catholic. There's like almost kind of an expectation, but also just generational, like a result of generational trauma and the way that things are done, where you shoulder that pain, where you feel so much pain, but you deal with it. So I'm actually really happy to hear Brenda talk about the treatment that she sought, the help that she got for herself. Yeah.
As well known like as him now. Should we get off the subject? It's Oscar Wilde.
Oscar Wilde,
Similar
oh my
to how
goodness,
black people use songs in oral history.
I was asking you about preparing for a role and the work involved in that. So how do you do that?
Depends on the role. You know, if I'm just playing.
I mean, honestly, this is why when it comes to white people, the Irish have always, like, different whites, let's just say, the Irish have always been real ones. They've been real. Real as fuck. They know what it's like to deal with the goddamn English.
Another mother, I don't have to do much research, really.
To deal with the British Empire.
What else? I'm kind of cast now in The Mother Forever, but like there was a film I did out, indeed with Michael Myers, out in America, and it was comedy, which nobody ever asked me to do. And I had to do a lot of homework for that, right? And what he was doing Scotty. He was playing the father and the son. He's hysterical.
What was the film?
So I Married an Axe Murderer. It's an underground for
some of your finest work.
It is actually. It is. I would think that's better than a lot of other things. But it was wonderful. And then he wanted to do a series film, and he came over here, God love him. And he was very good. But the film didn't go anywhere. I must tell you, he came home to my cottage for a pint, right? Pint of whatever, Guinness or beer or something. And he came into the kitchen, and there were a couple of other people in the set.
Yes, Maple, we did. I married an ex-murderer for film class one night. I love that movie. That's why we watched a clip, because Brenda Fricker passed.
And he was still standing up, and I said to him, sit down. And you know, I didn't get it in the beginning. He thought the cottage was the entrance to the big house.
Heed.
And I had to say to him, no, this is where I actually live, you know. And he was horrified.
Wow.
And I was saying, well, you know, it's a small island and land is premium, and go and look at a copy of The Field, please.
He's like, you live like
this? It was very
this?
funny. He was very nice.
Wow.
And he was very enchanted, I think.
Yeah. But did you ever think of living in the States?
I lived in New York for a year. Illegally. I loved it, yeah. But New York in the 70s was wild, like.
What kind of work were you doing there in the 70s?
I got a job working on my friend's social security, so whatever you call it, name, working for Dean Rusk's brother. And Dean Rusk was in the government at the time, I think. So I was kind of a sort of a helper, PA, I couldn't do typing, but pretending to do these things. And going off to posh dinners with people like Golda Meir and Henry Kissinger, and just sitting there and taking it all in, like, you know, it was wonderful.
So where did you experience the wildest of New York then? That's kind of the upper echelons of intellectual and political power.
Oh, the wild thing was, 42nd.
That's crazy.
Street and places like that, which were extraordinary. And I'd heard about 42nd Street, that I must go down and look at this. God, was I not prepared for it? Because it was all the drugs, all the brothels, all the gay people dressed as women, things I'd never seen in my life. And there was there were drugs everywhere, and I remember I got marijuana for the first time. And I remember I got a bag of it, but I could carry a bag of it from somebody. And I was sitting on the edge of a statue in Central Park with the guy beside me, and he was showing me how to roll a joint. And 2 policemen went by, and I kind of went, hello. And he said, is that an Irish accent I hear? And I said, it is, yes, it is, yes, it is. And he said, oh, my mother was Irish. And I said, and he could see it clearly what we were doing. Didn't bother him in the slightest, like. That's an indication of what it was like.
Yeah.
But all the
So basically what she's saying is she grew up in, on an island in the same place, lived in the same place she always had. Then in the 70s, she came to New York illegally. So she was young. She comes to New York. She had started to do some, I don't actually know if this was before she had started to do a little bit of acting work. And she was like, it was crazy. I found myself like somehow at these dinners with heads of states or, war criminals. And then it was New York in the 70s when there was like an explosion of so much queer culture in the city.
things you see in the movies, like, I'd be walking down and say, taxi. I wouldn't want a taxi at all, like, just to see would one come up to me, because we've all seen it in the movies.
Yeah, yeah.
So then we were going back to do my left foot. We were
Like
going
calling a taxi being something that had only been seen in movies.
over to do the publicity. I kept saying to Jim Sheridan, they're not going to let me in. I'm on the computer. I won't be allowed in. I came illegally. But nothing happened.
Did you get an Oscar for My Left Foot?
I did, yeah.
Oh, is that like... Where is it?
It's holding the bathroom door open.
That
It's
is
a great
fucking
heavyweight, I must say.
hilarious.
Is there weight in it?
It's very heavy. If you watch the ceremony sometimes, you see people picking it up and going like that. I used to give a $5 to the person who didn't say it's very heavy.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was giving her a lot of money, It's very heavy, yeah. And the people who can do that, don't know how to do it. They must be high, I suppose.
What was it like that night?
Well, I mean, nobody believes me. Nobody believes me when I say that I didn't think I was going to win, because everybody says that.
Can you remember who was also nominated that year?
Well, and we got 5 nominations for the film, which is extraordinary when you think of it. And Daniel was the one that was going to win.
Yeah.
That was the one we talked about in all the publicity. The 2 actors were Daniel and myself. So you're doing 15 interviews a day in the hotels, and you're pushing Daniel, pushing the film, pushing Daniel. It never crossed my mind that there was a chance in hell that my name was going to go. And I'll tell you why, that's the truth. Because we were sitting in the 3rd row along the aisle, and there was an exit door there. And when you went out, there was a bar. And they have the breaks, and they have the people who sit in your seats. And I went out and had a very large Bloody Mary, delighted with myself, thinking it's a great night. There's Jane Fonda, God, it's lovely, Came back in, sat down for the second half, and then there was another break. I went out, had another very large Bloody Mary. I don't know who was with me. And I was getting like a little bit tipsy now, and then I went back in and thought, oh, God, who's up next now? And then it was me. Tommy, if I had thought there was one chance of my having to get up on that stage and talk to 1,000 film stars, I wouldn't even have smelt alcohol. So that's my real proof that I didn't expect it.
I fully believe her. I fully believe. And she's right. Like, a lot of people do say, I didn't expect to win, because you're supposed to fake humility. Unless you're Timothy Chalamet. He's like, give me the fucking Oscar. It's mine. I'm 100% believe her, because she was an outsider. Right? She was this gal from Ireland who Irish women hadn't won Oscars. That was not a dream, a reality. And she beat some real goddamn queens too. That was some fierce competition. Yeah, I think just also that My Left Foot was her being introduced to her really being introduced to an American audience. And then suddenly getting all this critical acclaim. And that everyone knew Daniel Day-Lewis was going to win. And so all of the attention was on him, all the conversation, all the marketing, et cetera, et cetera. And then she wins.
I thought I'd better thank, they thank everybody. And I said, and thank you, and thank Jim Sheridan's wonderful, thanks, Jim was there, you know, and thanks very much for Noel, thanks, Jim, no, I couldn't speak. And then and there's all the things, the guys with the white gloves that you're 1, 2, 3, you're going to, music is coming in over you, you know, exactly, yeah. And so I managed to tail it in quite well. And I got off. But then when you go off, it's like walking into an Ivor storm. And Kevin Kline, who presented to me, was so lovely. He took me quickly aside and he got one of the huge black drapes and he put it around the two of us. And he said, this is the last private moment you're going to have, Brenda. You've just won an Oscar.
Wow.
You've just won an Oscar. This is the last private moment you're going to have. And it went in.
Yeah.
And I came out, and then you go through silly stuff of publicity, but then you go back to present the next year. They give you the envelope, you know, and about 25 security men around you. And I remember I had to go down to the toilet. The ladies' toilet was downstairs, and they sent a lady policeman in with me, so I was coming out and had the envelope. And I saw it in the corner of my eye, this elderly man on the banisters. It looked like he was in trouble. So I said, hold on a minute, and I went over and said, are you all right? And his face came up, and it was Al Pacino, who was nominated that year. And I said, are you all right? And he said, 11 times I've been nominated. And I said, but you're going to win. This is the envelope. I said, your name is in here. There's no problem about that. And he said, oh, no, I said, look, I know, I've seen the films. There's no way anybody, you're going to win. There's no problem at all. And he kind of cheered up, and I went off. And then when it came to do it,
he didn't win.
How was I going? And the Oscar goes to...
He didn't win.
Joe Pesci. And I could see Al Pacino sitting there. And then Joe Pesci came up to get his Oscar.
Joe Pesci's one Oscar win. He's been nominated a few times. He won for Goodfellas. Oh, you think I'm funny, huh? Funny like a clown?
He was so surprised that he couldn't speak at all. He just said thank you and walked off. So I did the same thing as Kevin Kline did. I grabbed the big black thing and I put it around him and I said,
funny how?
This is the last private moment you're ever going to have. And he bawled crying. And Joe Pesci's a toughie, you know.
But he won the following year. So he did not win, even though Brenda Fricker had said, your name's in the envelope. This is your Oscar. Joe Pesci won, but Al Pacino won his one Oscar in 1992. Scent of a Woman. So, didn't have to wait that long.
That went on. Then there's the governor's ball. So we're out there at the governor's ball. And all these very well-dressed young Italian boys kept coming up to say, Bob wants a word with you. This is, of course, Robert De Niro. And I said, oh, I'm busy. I'm around here. Bob would like to join him at the table. And I said, I'm having a grand time. Thank him very much for me. Goodbye now. 10 minutes later, Bob would you mind coming over to the table? And this went on. And I said, oh, great, here I go. So I went over. And you'd think he was God with the Italian mafia sitting around him, you know. And he said, sit down. And I said, no, I'm not sitting down. I said, I'm having a pint over there with my friend. He was on the champagne bottle. You know what I mean? Yes. Exactly. And he just kind of said thank you. And I said, no, he's grand. And I said, he's going up now to present one and he'd be in better form. So good luck, Mel, went off, you know. But I wouldn't like to be sitting at that table for too long.
You
should have won for Scarface. That man was nominated so many freaking times. 7 times. Consecutive Oscar nominations. Did not win until the year after. Brenda Fricker was like, no, it's Shirley. This time, your name's in it.
How do you say this? You liven up when you're telling stories.
So do you. But that's the whole point of communication, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's enjoyable.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming on the show and talking to me.
It's been a pleasure to be here.
Wow. That's the point of communication. It's enjoyable. Him pointing out the fact that she became so, invigorated and lively when they were kind of taking a walk down memory lane and talking about the Oscar. Here's her speech again. Tommy pointing that out. Yeah, that was lovely.
37. Up until this very moment, there have been 107 Oscar recipients for supporting roles. I'm very proud to be here to help add another name to that most distinguished list, if I do say so myself. This year, the nominees for Best Supporting Actress are Brenda Fricker in My Left Foot, Angelica Houston in Enemies, a love story. Lena Olin in Enemies, a love story. Julia Roberts in Steel Magnolias. Diane Wiest in Parenthood. And the Oscar goes to Brenda Fricker in My Left Foot.
I don't believe this. I'd like to make a private thank you to MAINE and Des and Ina Burke. And
you know what? This queen does lock in. She locks in.
To thank every single member of the crew who worked on My Left Foot, who created an atmosphere of fun and love and hard work. I'd like to thank Christy Brown, just for being alive. I'd like to thank Mrs. Brown, his mother. Anybody who gives birth 22 times deserves one of these, I think. I'd like to thank Jim Sheridan and Shane Connaughton for the best script.
Yeah, that's a lot of times. That is a lot of times.
I've ever been involved in. I'd like to thank Noel Pearson for producing the film and Jim Sheridan for just being the most incredible director, and the members of the Academy for giving me this, which I will take very proudly with me back to Ireland. Thank you.
She did not have a speech. Like, not even I don't think I'm going to win, but just in case. Like the just in case speech. No, she just pulled that after having had a few drinks and just thinking she was going to enjoy the evening. Happy to be there. Not a scripted word at all.
I've been asked to announce that the lovely young lady who presents me with the Oscars is, of course, Mr. Salman Rushdie.
Yeah. Yeah. Here is a piece in the Irish Times. Above all, she was genuinely authentic. Authentic. Tributes to the late Brenda Fricker. I'm not only honored, I am speechless. I am excited at the very thought. Now, I gotta do it in the Irish accent. I'm not only honored, I'm speechless. I'm excited at the very thought of you nominating me for dishonor. Just bear with me. And of course I say yes, yes, yes. That was Brenda Fricker's response when the former Lord Mayor of Dublin texted her in February informing her that she will take her place among Ireland's creative masters, U2 and George Bernard Shaw, to name just two, in receiving the freedom of the city. I'm allowed to do this. I'm Irish. Fricker, who's the first Irish woman to win an Academy Award for acting and who is best known for her performance as the mother of a boy with cerebral palsy and My Left Foot, has died age 81. She's been hailed as a national treasure and an iconic figure in Irish film and theatre. President Catherine Connolly credited Fricker's historic Oscar win as one of the factors that led to the revitalization of the Irish film industry. Brenda leaves behind a rich legacy of work on film, on screen, and on stage. Importantly, she will also be remembered for her humanity, humor, and authenticity, which shone true to audiences all over the world. In speaking of the challenges and traumas which she faced in her life, Brenda showed great courage and provided help for others in facing their own challenges. She will be deeply missed. Former Lord Mayor of Dublin, Ray McAdam, told the Irish Times, Brenda was one of our greatest ever actors and one of our most cherished cultural figures. Brenda Fricker didn't just win an Oscar in 1990, she won a permanent place in the hearts of Dubliners and Irish people. She embodies the very best of Dublin's talent, resilience, and warmth. But above all, she was genuinely authentic. Yes! Jim Sheridan, who directed her in My Left Foot in the Field, said he was sad and upset at the news of her passing, but remembers her as an outstanding actor with an unbelievable personality. Is he Irish? Whatever. She was just perfect to be with Richard Harris in The Field because she was so quiet, so powerful. He said of the 1990 drama based on the John B. Keane play of the same title. I think he might be British. Fricker's 2025 memoir, She Died Young, A Life in Fragments, detailed her experiences of abuse and sexual assault dating back to her childhood. While Sheridan said he knew bits and pieces, he is Irish. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry. He knew bits and pieces of the sadness she experienced in life. He didn't know it to the extent of the book. I think when she played the mother in My Left Foot, she got pissed off because it consolidated her as a mother. It was also the age she was. She was in her mid-40s. That's hard for an actor. Yeah, this is what I mean by I think her personal life experiences, because she was not I don't think she was necessarily trained. She didn't mean to become an actor. It happened by chance. And yet she became one of the great Irish actors of all time. And I think she really just poured who she was into her performances. Mother. Okay. I'm a little rusty. Fricker truly was among the greatest exports this country has ever produced, and an ambassador for Irish talent on the world stage. Simon Harris said, quite simply, we will never see the likes of her ever again, adding that she was one of Ireland's most celebrated and cherished actors. What is happening? Who scaled incredible heights. It's getting worse. Oh no. Her 1990 Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress was a defining moment for Irish cinema, as was her emotional acceptance speech, in which she dedicated the award to all the people of Ireland. She was a consummate performer who graced our screens and stages with remarkable talent and authenticity. Brenda brought depth and humanity to every role she undertook. Former President Michael D. Higgins, that is a lot of Irish people. Former President Michael D. Higgins said despite her Academy Award, what she'll be most remembered for is the wide range and versatility of the roles she took, and above all, her reputation among fellow actors for kindness, generosity, and support. Fricker, who worked as an assistant to the arts editor of the Irish Times before becoming an actor, featured in over 30 films throughout her life, as well as the first soap opera on Irish television. When she accepted her Oscar in 1990, she concluded her acceptance speech by thanking members of the Academy for giving me this, which I will take very proudly with me back to Ireland. Anyway, yes, I am Irish. and proud of it. Yes, I am Irish. The rumors are true. I am, in fact, an Irish lass. I am of the Irish Isles. Yes, I am. County Cork, to be exact. My family came from County Cork. Got hit hard during the potato famine. What part of Cork? County Cork. I don't know. County Cork. Charlie Kirk. Whack for me do a loo lady, whack for me do a loo lay, whack for me do a loo lay. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. When I was a girl in Dublin City at the hour of half-past, who should I spy but the Spanish lady washing her hair in the pale moonlight? First she washed it, then she dried it. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All my life I never did see a maid so fair as that lady. Whack for me do a loodle-lay, whack for me do a loodle-lay. Whack for me do a loodle-lay, whack for me do a hey, hey, hey. Ooh, oh boy. Anyway, I probably should stop there. I think I'm probably going to wrap it there. Probably a good place to put a pin in it, you know? Put a little tiny pin. A little Irish pin in it. An Irish pin. Not a normal pin, but an Irish pin. It's full of sadness. Okay, so no, Elden Ring is tomorrow. That was the jazz for Jazz Friday. Yeah. That was the jazz for Jazz Friday. Man, where's the chatters to be like, did you hear Cinna leaked Emily? Where are they when you need them? Everyone's like, what is happening? Where are those chatters when you need them? Otherwise, this is what's happening. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm too busy over here. I'm too busy singing my Irish jigs. Did you fucking hear? It's like the town crier. Extra, extra, read all about it. Cinna leaked Emily dating Rosie. Hear ye, hear ye. Everybody gather round. The British are coming. The British are coming. You know, though, this is what happens when the corner of Twitch that serves as reality TV, when things happen on the latest episode, and then everyone's like, God, it's like Love Island. They run to other corners of the internet. Did you hear? Did you hear Cutie leaked Cutie getting engaged to Ludwig? My God. Okay. Did you hear that Cinna leaked Rosie and Emily? Go into an Applebee's and say that right now. Please. Right now. Walk into a motherfucking Chili's. Order the chocolate mountain thing. You know what I'm talking about. Order at least 4 apps and then declare. You are not invited to Ludwig's funeral. Oh, now? Now it's not just that he wouldn't go to our funerals. Now we're not even invited to his funeral, but surely the wedding. No funerals, but wedding. Okay. So you are good at improv comedy. This performance where all three of you is amazing.
What up? Yeah.
Classic Hassan. What up?
Bathroom pissing.
You moved
Yo.
4 hours of Legos out of this truck. All right, so as weird as
I
this
don't know.
U-Haul
We're
thing
watching
is,
a Lego
the timeline
saga.
just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also...
Why are you in your bathrobe?
Because I just got back.
You're
Who
drunk?
does she think she is?
Here.
The judgment coming from you.
I mean, sorry, I'm.
Sorry, I was out with our friends.
You're fucking up the white balance with your robe.
You're fucking up the balance.
Why do you look so tan?
Why are you asking questions?
Where did you get tan? Did you get a spray tan?
I just look like this.
Did you get?
Some of us go out in the sunshine.
Did she get a spray tan?
No.
I'm just glowing naturally.
Okay.
Glowing.
All right.
Cute.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, God, every day I am more and more like my mother. When I see clips like this, I need y'all to know this is Helen Kwan. This is my mother. Hey, my mother comes in. What's going on? What's happening? Do you know who Billie Eilish is? I just discovered her. Mom, she's a famous... No, she's not. She makes very sad music. And you know, Mother is the original emo. My phone is dead, so I just came to ask what the plan is before...
I think we'll finish this video and then we'll start to...
Well, we got times. Oh, never mind. We got a little bit more time.
Are you guys doing Lego stuff?
Yeah, we're doing Lego stuff.
Ah. Well, when do you want to when do you want to do your stream?
Right after we finish this video.
Yeah.
Okay. What time are you leaving?
I don't know. We can probably go to that area and then
Are you guys doing Lego stuff? No.
start to figure stuff out.
Okay. Are you wearing the suit tonight? We're
Yeah.
going to a club
What? I thought we were going to a dining experience.
afterwards.
We did not. Wait, why are we going to a club? Are we? I didn't.
Sometimes I like to say this stuff to fuck with him.
wasn't informed
Yes,
about
we're getting
this.
very gay tonight.
I don't know how much I will partake in that because I have,
Go.
once again, as is every other day, I have
Here we go.
a shit ton of interviews that I have to do tomorrow morning.
Do you know it's Pride Month?
Mhm.
What have you done for Pride Month?
I stopped
exactly.
doing hate crimes.
Mm.
Like I've restricted the
Here
number
we
of anti-gay
Who
slurs
does he
I
think he
say.
is? Oh, I didn't even know there was more
Yeah,
than one.
I keep it to 1,000
Wow.
for the
that
month.
is
Yeah,
How homophobic
I'm
he
at
is.
994.
All the slurs.
I'm at 994. I got 6
Yeah,
more.
he's already falling asleep.
in the bank.
I feel like just even your attitude, me walking in here, was a slur towards me.
You're a straight woman.
I am also a Chinese woman.
That's not gay. You're just what the fuck does that have to do with Pride Month? How are you tying this back to Pride Month?
Chinese eraser? Nice.
I'm
Nice.
just saying in general, the energy that you give off.
You're
I like that depending on the situation. I'm Irish, I'm Chinese, I'm whatever I need to be.
you're white Chinese. So it's only half anti-Chinese erasure. It's more so. I was being anti-Irish actually.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that's what.
Which
You know.
you are way too frequently.
That's true.
Way too
all the time.
Irish. Every woman.
Why are you so tan? You were not this tan yesterday.
I have been outside all day.
I literally saw you. I feel like I saw
I
you.
was listening to jazz in the park.
I saw you yesterday, and you were not this tan.
We
You
have
gotta-
to finish this video.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Oh my, you know what? Please.
Someone
Give me a hug.
wants to be the main story here.
Give me a
you
hug.
see?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
yeah.
Somebody wants to be the main story. Okay, so I should be ready by, because you want to go early.
Yes. How
Yeah.
much time do we have left in the
Oh,
video?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, you know what?
Perfect.
I will leave you all.
30 more minutes.
Perfect.
I will leave you all to these hetero
30,
men.
30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Men
You
being
should not be doing that in New York City.
men expressing friendship, and that's the
New
highest
York City.
order of homosexuality.
I mean, not that I was not blacked out. I do not remember the things I said.
Sexuality.
The friendship is that you have to come here to sit on his stream.
Wait, what? It's one version of it. We're doing his stream afterwards. We're going to be experiencing fine dining.
Oh, wow. Look at straight men hanging out on stream. How fun.
I feel like, is that
I don't
jealousy?
know what's happening. I don't know what's
peanut
happening.
butter and jealousy.
I don't know what's happening.
It's peanut butter and jealousy.
Why is she?
Let us have man love on Pride Month, Caroline.
Is this what you call man love?
Yes.
It's pathetic.
It's one expression of many.
Pathetic man love.
I've
seen better man
You
love.
get your hetero.
Get out of here!
Yes.
Get your
Get out of here!
hetero ass out of here.
I will be getting ready for
Ruining the gay vibes on Pride
Take
Month.
your bathrobe. Why is she in a bathrobe?
I don't know what's going on. Why did she get a spray tan?
I don't know.
It looks good. Okay, I think she's gone. All right, this is
Get
this was
in.
I let her.
she's gone. Like, it's a threat. I think we're safe. I think she's gone. Dee Dee, thank you for the 44 months.
And I don't know. I thought she said she
What
didn't have a
happened?
phone. She said her phone was dead.
Did she take the room key?
Yes. Yes, she did. Okay, no, she had her own room key.
Oh
I
my
guess.
God, blaming women for everything. Is there nothing that they will not blame women for? Nothing. Just that blame came out of his mouth so fast. That is a red flag. That is a major concern. Is your phone alive?
drive to
I have 6% on my phone.
another city, load and unload, and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird. And it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper.
She's the only one bringing gay vibes. She's not. We're literally gayer than her.
I love the chat. I fear she ate y'all up.
It's okay.
Nevertheless, without more proof,
Do you know how many people in my life, when I send them screenshots of them or screenshots of stuff, will say, oh my God, charge your phone? Because it's always rocking on less than 10p. I'm like, let me live. Let me live. Okay, be honest. Why were you? I got a light medium spray tan. Okay, I did, because I didn't know. I didn't know if the situation would call for one. So instead of hydration checks, you need battery checks. Something, a little something about me is my phone is always dying. But just like everything in life. Do you guys ever think about dying? Not as bad as the Tio Kwan. Okay, that one was really bad. That one was very bad. Never again. I learned my lesson after that. After Tio Kwan. Yes, now I go light to medium. That was the dark spray tan. And boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. But what happened is I have the worst burn lines because one day I was reading outside and I didn't I didn't put the sunscreen on. I thought it was just going to be out there for 10 minutes and it left the craziest burn the craziest marks. I'm like, "Oh, these are just permanent now." Great. Okay. Cool. Awesome. I have an existential crisis at least once a month. Perfectly normal. Why don't you get a magnetic battery pack for extra charge? So I'm kind of a charge as you go type of gal. I'll do a little, little 10% here, a little 10% here. But this is also proof of how iPhones have a terrible shelf life. Like truly, they start off real strong and then without even breaking your phone or anything, the phone's dying. Okay. So I like to charge my phone fully one time. Yes, you also have to keep the battery pack charged. I do have battery packs. They are not charged. I have to, so I charge my phone one time overnight. Do you leave it connected overnight? But of course, I charge it overnight and then the day goes on and there is no other full charge. That's it. You know what? I don't want to be so goddamn available all the time. There used to be life without phones. I didn't have a phone until I was 18. I got a flip phone. 21, I got an iPhone. So for 21 years, I managed to survive without an iPhone. I made it through an entire study abroad experience without a phone whatsoever. And I live for those days. I think back to when I had naught but a map in my hand, an actual map, and I was journeying my way through. And I did it. What was Rome like? Fabulous. Aside from the slavery, I'm rocking a cool 10% right now. See, exactly. No, the problem is when my phone will die, I go, oh, that is a way for me to not be on my phone. And I've kind of reached a point in my life where I am really tired of being available. I don't like it. I don't like the cons because even if you don't respond, there's always that in the back of your mind. Oh my God, I have to respond to this person. Oh, I haven't responded. You can always turn your phone off. Honestly, what I need to be going back to is the do not disturb. There was a period of time that I was rocking do not disturb all day, all night. And you know what? People were still disturbing. They were still disturbing. I had D&D on all day, all night. And I was still getting disturbed. D&D all day, all night. My phone dying is more of an excuse for me to ignore everything. Yes, it's a psychological thing. But then there are absolutely times where I'm like, damn, really could use a charged phone right now. Oof. Well. Oh, well. I have never taken my do not disturb off since. You know what? I'm putting it on right now. Right fucking now. Do not disturb ever again. Do not disturb. Do you have energy saving mode? I don't know what that is. Energy saving mode. Where do I go to that? What is that? Battery? What is that? Low power mode? Okay, I just turned that on. Apparently, a lot of people point out to me as well that my phone is always, like, it's always on. I don't know. Like, I guess if I don't click it off, it's just always, people are like, I've had strangers point this out to me. It's very strange. I've had strangers point out to me that my phone is just on. They're like, do you know how much battery you're wasting? I'm like, yeah, I do. Actually, I love it. I love it. It's my favorite thing. No, I guess my screen doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't time out. I don't know. Yeah, it's just always on display. And I've had literal strangers point it out to me. Yeah. You can change that too. You know, there are certain things in life. There are certain things in life that I seek to change, and then other things that I'm like, eh. And Kevin, 8-year-old Kevin's got a reminder.
I don't see you again. Hope everything turns out okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell the birds I said goodbye.
What?
I will.
I don't know what that is. I don't remember that being in the movie. Honestly, one of my favorite moments from tonight, because I always have my favorite moments after every stream. I'm like, what were my favorite moments? One of my favorite moments was this. Completely unexpected. Nobody knew that was coming.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. If you need somebody to trust, it can be me. I won't forget to remember you. Don't make promises you can't keep.
Thank you, Bliss Silly. Bliss Silly. Thank you. Thank you for giving us those last couple of lines of dialogue.
The gurgle.
Maybe.
The stomach noises. Wait, I just realized that's not from the movie.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Of course not, because there's...
It can be me. I won't forget to remember you. Don't make promises you can't keep.
Thank you, Bliss Silly.
Oh my God. How did I not said before? I thought it was like the birds. I heard the noise. I was like, that's strange. Maybe, oh, I guess it's the pigeons. I guess we got the audio for the pigeons.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that is so fucking funny.
It can be me. I won't forget to remember you. Don't make promises you can't keep.
Thank you, Bliss. No, it's not my stomach gurgling. It's Bliss Silly who made the edit, who did the voiceover.
Why did she not?
Why that wasn't cut out? I don't know. But you know what? That is the creative differences, but also that is genius. So that is artistry. Artistry. Oh no. Do you think Bliss Silly ate poisoned lettuce? Do you think that was the beginning of the explosive diarrhea? I don't know when this is from, but yeah, not cutting that out is so funny. How many people have even seen
What are the views on this? Let me see. 212,000 views. Wait, now I got to go to the comments. Comments are turned off. This deep conversation of them makes it the worth of all scenes. Sorry, it took me a year to post this. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Because this was the only version of the scene I could find. I think the comments are turned off because it's probably all comments about the unexpected voiceover, which includes the stomach gurgling. The channel is called Home Alone. That is amazing. Wait, now I need to know.
I don't care how mad I was. I talked to my dad, especially around the holidays.
No, I need to know.
I don't know.
Just give it a shot for your granddaughter anyway. I'm sure she misses you and the presents.
I sent her a check.
Wish my grandparents did that. They always send me clothes. Last year I got a sweater with a big bird knitted on it.
Oh, that's nice.
Not for a guy in the 2nd grade. You can get beat up for wearing something like that.
Oh?
Yeah. I have a friend who got nailed because there was a rumor he wore dinosaur pajamas.
You better run along home where you belong. You think about what I said, all right?
Okay.
It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
Okay, so I guess the voiceover is a new addition. Bliss Silly was like, you know what? I know exactly what this needs. And delivered. Have we watched Home Alone for film night? I think we did. I feel like we did. What happened in those 2 years? I don't know, especially because Bliss Silly said, sorry, this took me a year to post. So we don't know. We don't know what happened in between these 2 years. From Home Alone. At Home Alone. I don't know. IDK. Why does the first vid have comments on? Let's see.
Yes. Yes. I'm telling you, it's because all the comments on this Home Alone 2 scene were 1000% about the unexpected voiceover.
Holy shit. I'm sure I've told this story, but the church on the outside of in Home Alone that they show on the outside, because they shoot in 2 different churches. So the ones where they film the scenes inside the church, not my church, but outside the church, that was my church when I was growing up. Crazy. That was the church that my mother made us sit in the front pew every goddamn time, even when we rolled in late with the 5 kids and my mother. And one time during a quiet part of the service, my sister had a Barbie, and it was one where you pulled it, and she pulled it, and it was just we were front row girlies. We were. It was the worst. A new reason to keep living.
You want a reason to not kill yourself?
Yeah.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
Job's not done. Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, and Marco Rubio are still alive, and you want out? You want out? Come on, get back in the fucking game. We still got work to do. You want a reason to not kill yourself? I'll give you one.
Dude, what a fucking legend. Chugs from the PBR
Job's not done. Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, and Marco Rubio are still alive, and you want out? You want out? Come on, get back in the fucking game. We still got work to do. You want to
This guy is absolutely getting a visit from the FBI. Absolutely. For the record, I disagree with this. Okay. I do not condone this. I condemn this man and his PBR, because who the fuck drinks PBR? At least drink a Miller Lite, brother. No, I disavow. I disagree. For the FBI agents who are in the community here, keeping tabs. You know what I'm about. All right. I'm just a silly pop culture girly. I'm just a stupid little girl. I'm just a silly, stupid little girl. Farley is barking to agree. Hear that? He's like, my mother is just a stupid little stinky, stupid girl. Farley! Bro, I actually think it might be. Okay, he's going crazy town. He's going crazy town. Listen, y'all, we have gaming tomorrow. So Saturday, special stream. Don't normally stream on Saturdays, but we got gaming tomorrow. I'm like, do I need to go get the goddamn baseball bat again? Bar! Come here! Barley! Wouldn't it be so crazy if somebody just like broke in and then I beat them to death? Anyway, so tomorrow, that'd be so crazy. Then I get banned. Tomorrow I will be live for a special stream. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I want you to know I'm not looking forward to it. I have anxiety. I don't know. Because I know I'm going to immediately be like, what the fuck? I cannot do this. So I am not promising that it's going to be stream doesn't end until I beat Radon, but no, I don't even remember a single thing in Elden Ring. What is... The last time you played was August 6, 2024. It's been almost 2 years. Job's not done.
Reason to not kill yourself? I'll give you one. Job's not done.
Job's not done. I haven't beat Radon.
Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, and Marco Rubio are still alive, and you want out? You want out? Come on, get back in the fucking game. We still got work to do. You want a reason to
Job's not done. Bro, where's the time going? I don't know. Time is not real. But I will be live here tomorrow. If you're looking for something to do on your Saturday, it's gonna be painful. It's gonna be awful. I am within 5 seconds of opening up Elden Ring. Absolutely gonna say, I can't do this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
No. But job's not done. So tomorrow we return. Okay.